Check it out. Check it out. We back at it. We still at this war. Trump addressed the community last night. Said we be out, but then again, what have we accomplished? What were our goals? They're still radicals. If anything, we poured gasoline on the fire of radicalism. They eliminated a leader, 84-year-old guy with cancer. Now they got his grandson. He's more radical. He's more of a hardliner. And it's interesting. Now, John Bolton, this guy's a war hawk. In fact, if you look up, you go do it right now. If you go look up war hawk politician, he literally comes up. It's John Bolton. Go look it up. When they say a face of a war hawk, when you look at the definition, it says he is a war hawk. He's never really met a war he didn't like, and he's always ready for war. But this particular one, which he tried to do in 2015, back when Trump was president, he tried to do it. Unfortunately, he said he wasn't allowed because he's all for regime change. He 100% believe Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. He 100% doesn't trust them. He 1,000% is for the war, saying go in and do it. But he don't like the way this thing has been constructed, the way it's been put together. It's a lot of failures in it, and that's what he's trying to point. He's pointing that out. And then when you start talking about why, he's saying, well, you won't be able to achieve your goals the way you're doing it. When he talked about NATO, he said to understand NATO's just not about money. NATO can help you in other ways, just like he found out with the ships. He found out with the bases, France, when all these, you want to use their bases, yet, you're attacking them or whatever, saying you're going to get out of NATO. He's saying it's a reason that NATO's there, and it's a reason it's been the way it is. He doesn't disagree there's been some abuse there. He doesn't disagree there's been some manipulation. There's been some abuse. He doesn't disagree with that at all. But what he's saying is that the way we're approaching it, we're not approaching it the proper way. And there's been some failures, some serious failures. The situation with NATO, the inability to have the allies assist, he's saying that's a failure. If you're a president, if you're trying to do that, and we never do that. America, we always have a coalition. We always do that. We go to the UN, we get people send us equipment, people send us sailors. George Bush did that. What he does, he goes to the UN, and then if he makes a move, all of the people come and they help. So it's almost like that country versus the world. He said Trump didn't do that this time. Trump basically became the country everybody's against. He said Trump did it because he did it wrong. And Bolton said he would have never went in there like that. He said, what about the opposition in Iran? He said, you got to initiate communication with the opposition so that when you strike, the opposition understands and knows it's an opportunity for them to assume the role of trying to push the agenda that you have. That's it. Now's the time for you to do your part. He's saying Trump didn't do that. He didn't come. They went with the notion, yeah, there is opposition there. I don't know how much. I actually don't even agree with that. So, because you got 90 million, I don't know how much opposition is there, but Trump did not let them know. He didn't brief them. He didn't communicate with them. He just basically struck and then said, "Okay, now now you guys overthrow what's left and pick your own leaders." Well, they weren't ready for that. And if anything, he emboldened the remain. He may have, because of the way it's done, create some type of sympathy or the ability to understand. He may have done that. And so solidifying the resistance. We know we don't have our allies. Many of them have told us no. He's saying that's a failure. In a sense, you can't win the war if the allies don't back you. It hadn't been sold to them properly. NATO is not just a cost versus just look at it from as a ledger on what it costs. No, you need them. You need their airports. You need their support teams. You need them. You need their support in the work. You need them to vocally support you. To cut them off or to cut off your allies and looking at it as just a notebook expense, that's a mistake. And Iran is getting so much money now because they're charging people to come into the strait. They're still letting people out. They're just not letting the U.S. out. They're charging people to go in. People are paying them to bring the ships out. Oil is going up. They're going to make money because of that. So they're winning. If anything, they were saying Trump should be the new leader of Iran. The way he's helping their economy, the way he stepped in, is he's boosting their economy. He's also helping them on the world stage and how the perception of this war. It's helping on the world stage. John Bolton, former, what was he? What was it, John Bolton? Let me see. He was in the Trump administration. There it is. U.S. National Security Advisor for Donald Trump. And remember, he's a war hawk. He wanted to go to war with Iran. Oh no, when he with Bush, wasn't this guy with Bush? He wanted to go to war with Iran, and Trump wouldn't let him. But he had plans. He said they discussed all of that. Exit strategy, which targets to hit first, which ships you should include. We got to communicate with the opposition. We have to communicate with our allies. We have to let them know that we're going in. We have to brace all of that. He said, you do all of that before you go to war. You don't just go to war and then on the back end expect them to join. And that's what he said. That's one of the failures of this war. No exit strategy, no prepared plan to leave, no real goals. Why are we even there? Strait of Hormuz, he's saying that can't be open. All you need is a drone. All you need is one of Iran's unlimited amount of drones. You put a mine on the drone drops 2, 3 mines, and maybe you destroy it. But it's put those mines in the water, now they're floating. A lot of them are magnetic. They're going to be drawn to those ships. And he's saying that the lack of preparedness, going in unprepared, Going in unprepared le- leaves the door open for world humiliation. And he's saying that American might and the perception of America is taking a tremendous hit. I mean, we understand Vietnam, but what he's saying, the way we're approaching this conflict, we're looking weak. And then he said, if he leaves, now this is a war hawk. This is John Bolton. You know, he's not for ending wars. He's for starting wars. This go and look it up. If you go war hawk politician, there's a picture of John Bolton. There's a picture. That's this guy. This guy wants to go to war. It's a war hawk. This guy's a war hawk. And he's saying Trump is messing this up. And he's saying he can't pull out unless he has the Strait of Hormuz. You just can't leave because the world stage, he's talking about it. He said people are sitting back every day and they're watching. And they understand what America has been. They understand the history of the country. But they don't understand why Trump can't do his mission. And the whole reputation of American might is being called into question. Can you depend on the Americas? Now, they may leave as soon as they get rid of Trump. That may leave, but right now, the countries want to know if they can depend on America. And now he wants to turn tail. And it's getting interesting. It's getting real interesting. Now, this is coming from John Bolton. This isn't a liberal. This isn't Barack Obama. This isn't someone from the Democratic Party. This is John Bolton, a neocon, a hardline war hawk. A war hawk. This is a guy, he wanted to go to war with Iran in when Trump in Trump's first election, he wanted to go. And I think he worked for Bush. I think he was an advisor for Bush during the Iraq war. He's just a guy who likes to go to war. That's just what when he gets through looking at the situation, he's going to come up to your desk and say, I'm ready to go. And you're going to say, what? I'm ready to go to war. These are the plans I have. These are the things I think need to be done. We need to get on the phone call. We need to contact these countries. We need to have this type of aircraft, these carriers, these ships. We need this amount of troops. We need that's what he's about. He comes in already prepared. We know that there's a opposition force inside. We have people on the inside who are working for us. CIA have those people dispatched. We're going to have them communicate the resistance, talk to the resistance, and tell them we'll be there Thursday. We'll strike Thursday. He didn't do that. Trump didn't do that. And that's what he's saying. How you going to try to win and you're not doing just the basic essentials to win a war? I.e., you're not dependent on your allies. You've alienated your allies. Not to the point you're not telling them, but you've said things about them. This thing he said about Saudi Arabia, he pissed that guy off. The allies. All those mistakes. And he was saying, how can you win? And no exit strategy. And he said, if you just leave, then it looks like you got ran out. No matter what. He said, with the Strait of Hormuz open, if Trump leaves, he said, if he leaves, that's going to look like failure. And he's talking about to all, not just Iran, but to the world. He said, I think Putin's already said, Putin has publicly said, do not mess with the Strait of Hormuz. Putin's already said, don't touch it. He said, do not touch the strait. He's been clear about it. Now he's publicly saying it while he's giving Iran weapons. He's giving Iran's weapons, and he's publicly saying, "Don't touch the strait." He's openly saying that. He says he has no clear plan for the enriched uranium. He said that has to be all that has to be planned. He said you just can't wake up one morning and say, I'm finna go get some uranium. That wasn't planned out. All of these mistakes that have been made. Failure after failure after failure. And this is a white man, a white conservative man. This is what he's saying. This is a war hawk. And this guy used to work for Trump. He worked for George Bush. This is a hardcore neocon, ultra conservative war hawk. And he's making these assessments about Trump. He's saying Trump is just failing at just about everything he's done because he keeps he's making these decisions, i.e., alienate the allies. He says these press conferences where he just lies. He said that's just not good. He's not, because nobody believes these lies. They don't have any weapons. We beat them so bad. He said, well, why are we sending more troops and why we're still over there? And they rained down missiles on Israel yesterday. He said they got plenty of weapons. Nobody's buying into it. And he said Putin and the Chinese, the person in charge of the Chinese, they're laughing at Trump. They're laughing at how he's botching this war. Plus, they're also funding help. They're not directly involved, but indirectly, just like we supply weapons to Ukraine, they're supplying weapons to the Iranians. But he said all of that has to be taken care of before. And by Trump doing it wrong, this has opened up the opportunity for people like Putin, Kim Jong-un, the president of China. This has opened up opportunity for them to fund supply and an inability with your plans to, and yeah, Bolton said he's not relying on the generals. He's not relying on the people who are paid to know these things. He's just wants to do it himself. And he said, you can't do it that way. Now, this is a war hawk. This is a war hawk guy. This guy said, hey, you can't do it. Nah, I can't do it by myself. I can't just say, hey, I'm going to invade this country and all the allies, don't worry about it. Or I get in too deep. Hey, can you guys come help me out? He said, that ain't how you do it. That's just not how you plan for a war. And there's failures and failures and failures happening to this war. All types of mistakes are being made. He said the war on Iran is gone perfect and it's about to end. Well, it should end. Okay, and he says, I'm an idiot. So, hold on. So, what about John Bolton? Is he an idiot? Because this is coming from him. This is not me, brother. This is not me. This is not my assessment. This is coming from John Bolton. And he used to work for Trump. He wanted to go to war with Iran. He's certainly no liberal, and he's certainly not someone who cares about what happens to the Iranians. He doesn't. He said he wanted to go to war back then. Trump said he wanted to go to war. He said Trump said no. He wanted to go into Iran then. But he's looking at how it's being botched. It's being botched miserably right now. And then you got these sycophants, these minions, these idiots who want you to just to praise Trump. You praise him. You praise him, idiot. Just sit here and praise Trump. Well, why don't he? Okay, let's win all of these conflicts. And it's not going fair. It's going bad. Let me get this racist out of here, bro. MAGA sure has a lot of racists, man. For them to say they want black people to be a part of their movement, they have a lot of racist people, man. That's crazy, Andy, man. You really got to be a rubber stamp. You go into MAGA, you got to agree with everything Trump say. Don't matter. Because they watching you. They watching every word come out of your mouth. Now, Donald Trump is making mistakes. The world sees the mistakes he's making. They understand he can't open up the strait. They understand that. They understand he keeps saying that he's hitting these civilian targets. They understand what that means. And they're laughing at America. And that's what John Bolton was saying. He said, that's why you just don't go in like that. He said, American might, that matters. Squandering it on something like the war in Iran is too much. Like the stream. He didn't communicate with the opposition in Iran, which is why he doesn't have the influence that he needs over there. The majority of the people are hardline, and they are very, very much in support of Iran and the people. And all of that girls' school, Bolton talked about the girls' school. He says one of the worst things, that was for the Republican Guard. They're saying it was an accident. Bolton said he had a hard time believing that was an accident. They know that was a school where all the Republican Guard take their children. It was like a private school. And he said that they hit that on purpose. And he said that's all they really need to unite the country. Even those that were in favor of regime change and they were receptive of the message of America. He said they're not going to do that if you drop a missile on a school. So he said that's a mistake he would not have made. But he says he has a hard time believing it was a mistake. And he said if you go in with that in your mind, what do you think is going to happen? The people won't unite behind you. Mistakes are being made. Iran's failure, John Bolton is speaking on it. He's saying that his failure to communicate with the opposition was a major mistake. His failure to unite the allies so that you have their support, that was a major mistake. His failure to have 2-3 generals working on the Strait of Hormuz, if anything, already going inside there trying to send a SEAL team in there to try to take it down before the war. He said that was a mistake because that was a situation you got to deal with. And he's saying now Trump's saying we're leaving. Now, you got to understand, he's a war hawk. He said for Trump to say we're leaving like we got our tail between our legs. We're leaving like we're scared. He said that makes us look terrible on the world stage. You're talking about Iran. Yeah. Iran, they're going to look at it as Iran won the war. And he said for Iran to even have a demands period, he said they handing out a list of demands. They want their country repaired. They want all of these things. He's saying that in itself makes them look like they're winning. That in itself, and this is coming from a neocon. This is coming from a war hawk. This is coming from the stash. Bolton, I don't agree with Bolton. Let me tell you something. Bolton was, let me see, Bolton used to work for the Bush. I seen that mustache. I used to see that on Fox News. Let me see. John Bolton worked for the Bush. Now, let me just look up his what-you-call. There we go. John Bolton, born in 1948. He's an attorney. He's a Republican. It says right here in black and white, he's a registered Republican. He was the 25th United States ambassador to the UN. He was the National Security Advisor. He was the United States Assistant Attorney General for Ronald Reagan back in 1985 to 89. Served in the State Department as the Assistant Secretary of State for International Affairs, the Undersecretary for the State of Arms Control and International Security Affairs. He's an advocate for the Iran war. He's always favored going to war with Iraq. He was the ambassador to United Nations as a recessed appointee by George W. Bush. He has repeatedly called for the termination of the Iran nuclear deal, from which the U.S. withdrew in 2018. He wrote a best-selling book about his tenure in the Trump administration, The Room Where It Happens. Bolton is widely considered a foreign policy hawk and advocates military action and regime change by the U.S. in Iran, Syria, Libya, Venezuela, Cuba, Yemen, and North Korea. He's considered an American nationalist, an ultra-conservative, and a neocon. He doesn't agree with being called a neocon. Senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, Fox News. He's just like Pete, Fox News commentator, foreign policy advisor to Mitt Romney. They say he had some type of 10 counts of retention of national duty information. Okay. He's married. Is that the same one that says Gretchen Smith? Is that the one from Fox News? Who knows? All right. Army Reserve, Army National Guard, United States Army. Summa cum laude in 1970. He went to Yale Law School. He was a supporter of the Vietnam War. Yeah, I'm looking at this, man. This guy, people are discounting this guy. That's crazy. This guy's a war hawk. I'm going down. Look at his resume. I mean, wow. I'm on page 15. This guy's a war hawk. And he's not against the Iran war. He's against the way Trump is doing it. He said that he had plans. He sat down, showed Trump plans. Said he went over the Strait of Hormuz. He said that's one of the things we talked about. He said we know this going to come into play. He said, of course, we addressed it. We addressed ways that we can take care of it. And he said, the Strait of Hormuz, you want to go there first. He said, you don't even really want to attack Iran until you seize that port. Once you seize that port, then you can start the other things. But you don't go into there after. And he said, you didn't bring in the allies. You need the allies. You're looking at the allies as just a monetary thing. He said, they're not. They're more than that. But he's talking about the failures of Trump. And the sad thing about it, you got guys in the chat box. The closest they've ever become to military duty is what's that soldier? So what is that thing they play at night? What is that thing? Soul something. What is that? Soldier of Fortune. You know what somebody put that, I forgot. What is that thing they play at night? They get all together and they put the headsets on. What is that thing? Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Warzone. They play a GTA, Grand Theft Auto. They made it all the way up to level 7 in Grand Theft Auto. Now they want to talk about the war. They feel they're qualified to talk about the war. This isn't me. This is John Bolton. Battlefield is much better. I wouldn't know, man. Battlefield is much better. Bolton says that Trump, his failures, he says it's not even a question. He said Iran can claim victory. He said if they run the United States out, they can go worldwide and say they won the conflict. And then the ideology, that's the thing. You go in with that radical. We have radicals just because you change the head. Anybody who knows when they're radicals, oftentimes the leader of radicals is not that radical. The leader of the radicals is constantly trying to keep the radicals informed, trying to keep them calmed down. When people have radical movements, and Iran's a radical society from a religious standpoint, right? The leader is normally the calm one, but he's gone now. Now they got the grandson, and they say he is an extremist. He's an ultra Islamic radical extremist. And now he's in charge. Fortnights. They made it through a couple of rounds of Fortnite. They're ready to talk about the war. Like the stream, brother. John Bolton, national security advisor to Trump, is saying Trump is having a lot of failures. He's failing at this war. He's not prepared. He didn't talk to the opposition. You got gas prices going through the roof. He didn't take that into account. He said you had to take all that into account. He says he's not a neocon. Let's go take a look at this. Hold up, because we've been throwing that word around. Hold up. And he emphasizes he's not a neo. I think he's a neocon. There we go. Neocon is short for neoconservative, a political conservative who advocates for the aggressive promotion of democracy and America's national interests, often through active military intervention and foreign policy, rather than restraint. Using U.S. power to force regime changes. Yeah, he is a neocon. He is a neoconservative. And that's what most of your older guys, these older late 70s, 60s, all of these, they're neocons, hardened conservatives. And really, they consider you something else if you weren't. Nation builders. And he disagrees with Trump. He's a neocon and he disagrees with Trump. He doesn't agree with Trump. He thinks Trump's botching his war. He said, look at all these mistakes. And he said, it ain't so much I can see them. What about the other countries? Like the stream. Okay. Like the stream, brother. John Bolton is giving out his thoughts. He's noticing Trump's failures, not to mention the possibility of ground troops. He said he never went to that. And everything the Mercs or trying to find a different set of people to do boots on the ground, he was for that. He was not for Americans going to Iran in that terrain. He wasn't for that at all. And it makes good sense. Trump was baited into this by Bibi Netanyahu. And not only that, Trump's taking troops over there. And we're going to have to deal with the fallout. All that's going to come back. So bad planning. And then of course you're gonna have the sycophants and the idiots who just want to praise Daddy Trump. They're not gonna criticize him on anything. They're gonna just praise him. Hey man, Bolton is talking about him. I don't know what's going on. I'm listening. This man, I just read you off his background, his experience. He's fully understanding what's going on, and he's going around on a lot of these shows telling the people, well, those were mistakes. He said he's for the war. He never said he was against the war in Iran. He wanted to do it in 2015. He said that he can't believe that Trump's doing it this way to all these mistakes, because he said I would have done it a completely different way. And then we're talking, you got to have what are you there for? What are you going there for? Are you going there to just drop a few bombs and leave, or are you going there for regime change? And he said the ideology of Iran remains. So you don't have radical jihadists. You still have that now. You still have that. They don't have nukes. And he said he doesn't have any type of plan for removing the uranium. He said he don't have any plan. He just went, BB told him they were going. He joined with no type of plan for the uranium, no plan for the Strait of Hormuz, no plan for no exit plan, just basically just went with BB. And that's why we're suffering now. Did you check in, Rand? And and we get it, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You believe every word of the propaganda that comes out of this administration. Good for you. You believe every word of propaganda that's fed out of this administration. I don't. And it's not even me, it's Bolton. Bolton went to Yale. He went to Yale Law School. He's all in foreign affairs. He's a war hawk. He's a hardcore conservative. Why you don't pay him any attention? Why don't you pay him any attention? The troops are suffering. And we're suffering with the high prices for gas, the high prices for food. We are suffering. Look, here it goes, the Obama derangement syndrome. They hate Obama, brother. Obama derangement syndrome. There she goes. She went straight to Obama. What does Obama got to do with it? What is Obama? What do you want me to? You want to bring up Obama? Obama derangement syndrome, Hillary Clinton derangement syndrome, Joe Biden derangement syndrome, just constantly bringing up these people. Constantly bringing them up every chance you get. And we're talking about John Bolton, his national security advisor, John Bolton. He's the one making these critical comments about Donald Trump. He's saying that Trump did not plan this out. He also believes that Trump wouldn't listen to the generals because he said Trump didn't listen to him. Said Trump wants to do it all on his own. It's an ego thing. He doesn't want somebody to tell him how to do it because he wants to say, hey, it was all my plan and I did. And he said, you can't do it like that. He said, it just don't work like that. And he's looking at it now. He's saying that's why we're having all these problems. And he said Trump he was talking about leaving. He said if Trump runs, Iran wins. And the whole world sees that America might, and the reputation of America is damaged forever. If Trump runs, if he leaves, so much for the American might and American know-how and the reputation of America that's been established, World War II, this type, we can do it. American know-how, American might. He said, if Trump runs, Iran won that war. And what did they change? They didn't change anything. They radicalized the people. They're still hardcore Islamists. And they still can be controlled by whoever the person in charge is. I'm not talking, this grandson, if he wants to 2 years from now, send his 90 million people off to war, he can. He can do it. John Bolton, these are John Bolton's words. This is not a liberal. This is not, he didn't work for Obama. He didn't work for Joe Biden. This is John Bolton. This guy, he worked for Reagan. He worked for George Bush. He worked for George W. Bush. He worked for Trump. This guy went to Yale Law School. This guy understands foreign affairs. He's been the advocate about going to war with Iran 10 years ago. And he's saying that Trump is blowing this, he's messing up. He's saying Trump is just simply making way too many mistakes. Yeah. Okay. He's not the president. That's why he's criticizing Trump, because he's saying Trump is doing it wrong. He never said Trump wasn't the president. He said he's losing this and he's making a lot of failures. Also, the people are radicalized. They're going to be more likely to reject any type of democracy or any even suggestion or something like that. They're radicalized because that girls' schools, he said that was a mistake. And he don't think that was a mistake. He said for someone to target that school because they thought it was going to send some type of message, that was the worst thing you could have done. It's a war crime in addition to that. And then it just solidifies the people. The people are going to unite behind that girls' school. And he said that he shouldn't even allow, if those plans, or somebody said that's what I'm going to do, that was a bad idea. I can't believe that the so-called Republicans, and I don't think there's any Republicans. I don't think there's any Republicans in the chat box. I think they're MAGA, hardcore MAGA, where they worship Donald Trump like he's Jesus. That's what I see. I don't think any conservatives are in the chat, because who would disagree with Bolton? Who? Who has a problem with John Bolton? He's a neocon. He wanted to go to war first. And he's basically saying that Trump is messing this up. Saying Trump is making all types of mistakes. Like the stream. Like the stream. We need to win this war. I think that Bolton's making sense. I think that there's things you have to do. The allies, you need to go with them. You got to win them over. He's saying Trump, the way he looks at it as a balance sheet. And there's a lot of things the country does that you just don't look at it like that. It may cost you money, but you also want to keep that relationship because you need those allies. He's saying you just don't just say, hey. And he said they're not there to just join you. If you get attacked, yeah, but they're not. He said if France went out and started a war, it's not our responsibility to just join in. We got to see what's going on. They say he looks at the whole NATO, he looks at that wrong, doesn't understand it. He's radicalized the people. He doesn't understand that mistakes and hitting a girls' school, that's going to radicalize the country. The food prices, the gas prices, people are struggling out here. People are suffering. People are eating sardines. People are eating a jar. We're going to have an Easter. This Easter, you're going to have American families eat a jar of peanut butter and bread passed around because they don't have the money because of the gas prices. And this is what that's what we're talking about. And all of these people who just want to support, they don't have any problem with blind support of Trump. And I get it, man. I hoped he wouldn't have went into the war, man. If you don't think he knows what he's doing, we don't need to go to war. That's life. That's people's lives. And they say the Iranians are really enjoying it. They say they're watching his propaganda when he says that they don't have missiles, when he says that we're winning. He said they just sit back and laugh at him. And he said, especially Putin and what's the Ping guy? What is that guy? The guy for China? He said, especially Putin, Ping, and Kim Jong-un. So they laugh at Trump because they know that's not true. And he says he's not being able to sell this I'm a tough guy image. And now he's about to leave. And he said Benjamin Netanyahu did that to him. Benjamin didn't really describe all the aspects of the war. I'm getting it from John Bolton, Chelsea. John Bolton, a neocon, a war hawk, and for you, all the guys in the chat, people in the chat, because you know it matters to you, a white man. I'm getting it from John Bolton. And you can't really say nothing about that, can you? You can't. You want to? You can't say that, can't you? Who knows more about foreign affairs, you, Chelsea, or John Bolton? You guys, I'm just saying, you guys are outmatched, man. I mean, John Bolton knows. John Bolton worked for the administration. He knows Trump. He says he knows exactly. He's been in the room with Trump. He knows how Trump thinks. He knows. He said Trump told him no. He said he had the war all planned out. He was going to go, and he didn't go because Trump back then he was thinking a little bit differently. But now he's saying I don't care. I'm gonna drop the join link, man. It's one thing to be bold. It's another thing just to be stupid. I mean, I know nobody is questioning John Bolton. Please don't do that. This is not Barack Obama. He didn't work for Barack Obama. This is not anybody for Joe Biden. This is not a Democrat. This is not a liberal. This is a neocon. This is a war hawk. He wanted to go back. He wanted to go to Iran in 2006. He worked for Reagan. This is a staunch conservative. And he said Trump is messing up. He's making all types of mistakes. But you got the minions of Trump who thinks Trump can't do wrong, and they don't want to deal with that. Hey, man, he's messing this up. He's messing this up. You play Call of Duty. John Bolton really deals with war situations. And I'm just saying, you guys sit around with headsets on your head, you and the boys, and you play a Call of Duty. That's not war. You damn right he loves his country. That's a patriot right there. Yeah, we don't know. He said rumors are Abraham Lincoln got hit. And they're sending a third one, yeah. You don't know what you're talking about. And that's what we know. Like the stream, man. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. If you're not a dumbass, you can join. And if you think you know everything, go play Call of Duty, man. Leave me alone. Go play you some Call of Duty, huh? Since you know it all, right? And that's the thing about these YouTube channels, man. A lot of these people just don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're saying. They got an attitude. They're mad. Like the stream, man. All all type. Let me come over here. All types of mistakes. All types of mistakes are being made in this war. Okay. I figured it out. There we go. There we go. There we go. Like, share, support, man. Hit the cash app, hit the super chat, man. We're talking about John Bolton. He's been very vocal about the Iranian war. He wanted to go into Iran when he was the national security advisor to Donald Trump. He was the ambassador to the UN. He's very, very aware of American interest. He's a neocon. He's a hardcore conservative. Yet the people in the MAGA people disagree with him because he's critical of Trump. And he's saying there are failures in this. And he's saying you just don't go to war. You don't wake up one morning and just say I'm going to war. You have to put it all together. I know he's a rhino. I got you. A rhino that's been a Republican for 40 years, but he's a rhino. That makes sense. And he's a war hawk. In fact, if you look up war hawk politician, guess what shows up? John Bolton. There's a picture. Yeah. Go put it in your Google search. Go war hawk politician, and you're going to see John Bolton. This guy's you can't be extreme than this guy. He's nothing's more hawkish than John Bolton, and he's saying Trump is screwing this up. And because he's saying it, immediately the people say, well, he's a rhino. So what is this, man? So that means so what does that mean? So there can be no criticism of Trump? That means that he can do anything he wants? It looks like it. John Bolton's not a rhino, brother. He's an informed man. He's the type of guy, he's the glue that keeps a party together. He's real big on the ideology. We didn't get rid of that ideology. Now, on that, I don't know how we're going to do that. Y'all know how we're going to do that, but he's saying that as long as that ideology, that radical Islamic viewpoint, and America's considered the enemy, Israel's considered the enemy, he's saying as long as that exists, It's just going to reinvent itself. It says radical Islam is political extremism. They interpret Islam as a totalizing political system aiming to replace secular or existing laws with strict interpretation of Islamic law, Sharia law. Yeah, the Sharia law all in Iran. He said you didn't get rid of that. It rejects the separation of religion and state and advocates a return to pure Islamic practices. And Trump is not getting rid of that. Islamic extremism. Yeah, and they're real extreme over there. They're real extreme over there. Trump did not get rid of it. Nothing's wrong with Islam, but if it's radical, then you can have problems with that. At least that's been shown historically. There's problems with radical Islam, Sharia law. We're in different worlds. Iran exists under Sharia law. America doesn't exist under that. Like the stream, man. All these mistakes that's being made, man. We don't have an exit strategy. The Strait of Hormuz is closed for American ships. This is driving oil prices up. It's $6 for diesel, $5 for unleaded gas. This means airplane flights, all of that stuff is going up because of you can't get to the oil. The real Iranians don't want. Well, they got it. Well, they got it. Well, we went over there. So, okay, so we're out of there then. That means we'll be leaving the Strait of Hormuz. And John Bolton, not me, John Bolton said that that's defeat. He said if they don't conquer all their goals, they're defeated. He said if they take the Iranian surrender and it's saying you got to rebuild Iran and you got to do this and you got to stay out of the strait, he said that's America lost. How's he saving them from Sharia law, idiot? And you know what? You've been saying dumb shit. You know what? Get out of here. Yeah, this is one of those Call of Duty guys. He says Trump is saving Iran from Sharia law. You out of your mind, brother. How's he saving Islam from Sharia law? If anything, he's uniting and saying all the tribes, they're uniting behind Trump. They went in there and they bombed that girls' school. And for a lot of people, that's unforgivable. And they also believe that goes against our Christian values. We've been having a hard time with these wars, man. The Iraq War, we just left. I don't know if it was missions accomplished. The Iranian War, now we see this. Trump's finna leave. Oil prices are through the roof. He's stimulated the Iranian economy. You got Putin. Putin now is getting more vocal. Putin smells weakness. He's getting more vocal. He said, "Do not uh, open the Strait of Hormuz." And what he's going to do is he's going to put a bunch of his ships in there. And by putting his ships in there, he's challenging America to do something, because if they do something, they're going to hit his ship. And then he'll be drug into the war. The only thing Trump's doing is costing the U.S. to have higher food prices, gas prices. Yeah. Yeah. When was the last time we won a war? We haven't. And he's pointing out Trump's failures. He's making some good points. He didn't communicate with the opposition in Iran. The opposition in Iran should have been notified of everything that's going on. They weren't. Trump don't know how NATO works. He thinks it's about money. No plans for the Strait of Hormuz. No exit plan. No understanding of how his action was going to affect the price of oil. He's running around trying to control the stock market. They all see that. How long can you do that? Eventually, that's going to fall on deaf ears. We're getting out tomorrow, and then because he sees the markets fall, he tries to get them back up. Like the stream, man. John Bolton is saying these things, and I know you have a problem with that, because that's all you got is deflection. Oh, Democrat, liberal. John Bolton's a Republican. John Bolton is a Republican, and he's helping America by giving us his thoughts, his opinions on what's going on. He's helping us. And he knows what he's talking about. I think we were better off when he was working for Trump. I felt safer. I felt so much safer when John was in charge. And now he's just showing the world that Trump is messing this up. These people just want the illusion that MAGA is winning. What is this thing? MAGA is winning. We all share the same country. What is MAGA's winning? In order for MAGA to win, America has to win. That's so stupid to even think like that, man. To just sit there and think about it. Look, brother, we need to win this war. Bolton knows what he's talking about. And we need to win this war. That's what we need to do. You guys, what's about MAGA? What MAGA got to do with America? It's just an election group, right? They got young leaders, though, and they do believe in Sharia law. And they're ready. And they're fighting. Like the stream. Like the stream, brother. Yeah, we got you got American lives now on the line. You got American people on the line. And what are you going to do to try to change that? Are you just going to have the war? You're just going to just go over there without consulting your allies? You don't build up communication with the opposition in Iran? You just go over there and drop bombs because Bibi Netanyahu told you so? And now you got the Strait of Hormuz and you can't open it? And now you say you're going to leave? That makes it look like Iran ran you out of there. And you say they have no weapons, and I think 2 days ago they dropped their largest payload on Israel, and they don't have any weapons. They got plenty of weapons, and if they didn't have any weapons, why can't we open the Strait of Hormuz? If they're defeated, they don't have any weapons. How come we can't open up the strait? We can't open up the strait. We can't open up the strait because we don't have the ability to open up the strait, and they have mines and they have drones. And we're not even prepared because we approach this war in a way. Iran is modernized. We're the one that's behind. They're the one with all these small robotic drones and robotic aircraft. We don't have that. And it's unfortunately, John Bolton is right. We're losing. John Bolton's right on time with it. And he's surprised at Trump. He can't believe Trump is making the mistakes he's making. And he's a war hawk. He's a war hawk, but he can't believe Trump doesn't have an exit strategy, doesn't have a clear mission. What, you want a regime change? Okay, he said, but what about the ideology of the people? Who you think they're going to support? They're not going to, they're going to be, if they're radicals, they're going to look for a radical. The guy that you assassinated was a moderate. Let me show you how stupid this guy is. He said Iran just gave us 20 oil-contained ships. That's a lie. We don't need the strait. Iran has been devastated. Stop being woke and wake up. Iran hasn't given the United States any ships. United States snuck a few American ships through under the flag of Pakistan. And if you understand that, you know you don't do that. That's disrespectful to you. You put that flag up for a reason. You want to be recognized. If you want to, pull your flag down at night and put up another country's flag to get your country through, that's dumb, though. That's one of the worst things you can do. Trump did that. That's disrespectful to your troops. That's one of the dumbest things you can do. Some of these guys in this chat, man, they just play video games. They don't know anything about war. They're probably not even good at their Call of Duty. Like the streams, man. I know. He said, stop listening to dim news. Okay. Should I listen to Fox News? Should I go and listen to Fox News? You're an idiot, guy. This guy is brainwashed. Everything he listens to is Fox and ultra conservative podcasters, and he thinks that that's fair. He actually thinks they're fair. If you say Trump is squandering this war, making all types of mistakes, he didn't communicate with the opposition, he didn't bring in the allies beforehand. If you say that, people have a problem with that. What's wrong with telling the truth, bro? What's wrong with telling the truth? Why do you have a problem with people who tell the truth? No exit plan. No concept that this was going to increase the price of oil. Just mistake after mistake after mistake. Like the stream, man. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. John Bolton, Donald Trump's national security advisor, is telling the world that Trump is making mistake after mistake after mistake. He's letting us know that. And he's saying these mistakes that he's making are just mistakes you don't make in war. But he also brought up, if you think you can do it on your own, if it thinks you're the important, that's why Trump went down to the Supreme Court and sat on talks like that has something to do with those justices. They don't care about him sitting there. And that show you how stupid the people are. They think Trump going to the Supreme Court is going to influence the judges. The conservative judges, this birthright citizenship, it was the conservative justices who had the strongest opposition to change it. They had the strongest opposition to change it. Ego strike. Yeah, that's why the presidents wouldn't get into it. They keep bragging, saying Trump is a tough guy. First of all, he's not doing it. And on top of that, all the other presidents turned it down because they didn't feel like it was worth all the trouble it would cause. And then it was only going to help Israel. So all the other countries, all the other presidents turned it down. He wanted to go in 2015. Trump told him no then. Trump gets reelected. He goes in now, and look at it. It's a disaster. They practice Sharia law. They're fundamentalists. They're Islamic extremist? What has he done? 90 million people? You see how big that country is? You said Obama wrote a book. Okay. Maybe Trump should have read that book. Mistake after 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 mistake. And none of the presidents would go in. Bush didn't go in because they knew it didn't meet our purposes. So if you look at it, it's just like Iraq. Yep. What did we gain? Nothing. We gained a lot. We gained debt. We lost a lot of military. And Trump thought he could intimidate the Supreme Court. And you know the people who are so stupid. You know, you look at these people, they're minions. They're so stupid. Trump can't intimidate that court. Trump cannot intimidate that court. That is a lifetime position. Just because Trump wants them to go a certain kind of way, they don't have to pay him any attention, and they didn't. All the conservative, I don't know about Thomas, but all the conservatives made a point to keep birthright citizenship exactly the way it was. They said, he said, the world has changed. He said, I know, but the Constitution has not. And he said, give me your legal argument why it should change. Other than his racist bullshit from Fox News, he couldn't say anything. He said, show me in the Constitution where it said the 14th Amendment is for babies, for slave babies. It's not there. That's not there. They're putting that there. See, that's what I'm saying. They brainwash these stupid morons and they feed them lies and they think that's not going to work in the Supreme Court. They're going to look at the facts. They're going to go over it. They've read the Constitution. They know exactly how the people put it together. You can't come in there with a bunch of Fox News foolishness. Man, they vote the 14th Amendment for the blacks. No, it's not. If it was for the blacks, it would have been worded that way. And let me say something about that because Negroes don't understand it. I heard a Negro say something. He said, they give you something, they never gave you nothing. What did they take from you? I heard him and I said, is this dude serious? He said, they give you something. America gives you something, black man. Then they take, what did they take from you? They never gave that to you. When did they take it from you? When did they take anything? They haven't taken that from you. You listen to these stupid podcasters and Fox News and they've lied to you and say it's for it's for slaves. It's not. It is on Fox News. It is in conservative circles. But up against the Supreme Court, when you got to justify what you're saying, you can't do it, then you lose your argument. You think it's for that. Well, if they didn't put it in like that, it ain't for that. Yeah, you hear these guys and you wonder if they understand politics. These people are so stupid. And Trump went down there thinking he can influence the court. Man, they was eating him up. The conservative judges was the one tearing his birthright citizenship argument apart. It was them. Wasn't the liberals, it was the conservative judges. It was them saying, well, what do you mean? I mean, like, show me. Okay, explain to me how you interpreted that. And then when they would say something, he said, no, it was played. This is the way it goes. And you got the people, they feed these black morons garbage and they believe that. Running around talking about the 14 amendments for them. No, it's not. It may have covered the black experience, but that's for what it says it is. Now, as far as coming here illegally pregnant and having a baby, they say, well, you got to prove that. They say if you have a baby and you're in America, it's a citizen until we can change that. But just because you don't like immigration, that don't mean they can't come here and do it. He said it don't work that way. We don't look at it and say you don't like it, so we're going to change it. We look at it based on the Constitution. And do you have a legal means? Do you have a argument to stand on? And they don't. And then when you say it was for black people, was it worded that way? And not only that, did black people even have the influence to have anything for them? And that's where the Negro gets it all wrong. These Negroes are just so stupid. What do they have for you, Negro? And show me where you had to influence in this country where you can have something. It took you to 1965 just to get your rights. You actually nerd, you going back talking about birthright citizenship was for you? Show me. Show me. Well, you hear that on Fox News? Did Fox News feed you that BS because they basically want to try to turn the country into an all-white country and they can't? Because they certainly ain't doing it for the Negro. He said Obama signed an agreement with China to allow them in the U.S. for a period of 10 years on a visa. Okay. Change it. Change it. Is that a law or was that executive order? Okay, get rid of the executive order. Now, Trump was on there in front of Laura Ingraham talking about Chinese. He said that they need to, with the visa, with the V1 or B1 visa. He was on there talking. She said, what are you talking about? Laura Ingraham said it. She said, what are you talking about? He said, we need those. We got to have those Chinese. She said, what? She said, come on. What do you mean? He said, the America, he said, those people know how to do the job and American citizens don't. That's what Trump said. But of course, he's going to be given a pass, right? Because he can do no wrong. And I couldn't believe he said it on Fox News. And I said, did you hear what he just said? I said, that is ridiculous. Americans can do those jobs. You just got to train them. And on top of that, give them a chance. How do you know they can't do it? Have you tried them? I believe in America. I think we can do those jobs. I don't think we need to go to China for a damn thing. But Trump said we did. You know, birthright citizenship. Okay, let's do it. When did blacks ever have the power to influence anything? I don't understand the Negro. They talk like they do. When you look at us going to war in Iran, man, well, how much, let me see. Shaden Adelson, whatever that guy, how much money did he donate? Shaden, there it is. There it is right there. Shaden Adelson, $100 million the first time, 100 plus 2016, 90 2020. He's a Jewish Republican, hardcore, pro-Israel causes. Yeah, and you know what you got? You got a war for that. You got a war for that. When you tell the Negro it takes money, they don't want to hear it. Well, he got his war. It cost him almost $200 million. So if you want to know, and I'm a black guy, if you want to know why you don't really have anything, Negro, you got to play the game. You know, all of this feel sorry for me stuff will only get you so far. Birthright citizenship, you're going to have to, good luck. Good luck. They said they send Negroes to Job Corps. Yep. That's what the Negro gets. That's what they said. They send a Negro to Job Corps. Now it's funny though, man. Now it's funny because you see these clowns pretending that they have political power that you know doesn't exist. And you see how the system works. Now, this is John Bolton saying Trump failed. This isn't me. Nobody cares what I think. This is what John Bolton is saying. Other countries see this. He was a member of the UN twice. Those ambassadors know who he is. They're keeping up with politics. They see how things are going, and Trump is about to run out of the Strait of Hormuz because he knows he can't win, so he's about to run, and Iran's going to play a victory party and say, we ran America out of here. And that's what John was saying. He said that's the problem with these things. He said you have to be committed to win, and you got to understand the whole dynamic. He said Trump just went in. And he said you can't do that because on the world stage, we'll look weak if we back down. Now, he doesn't want to leave. I want the troops to come home. He don't want the troops to come home. He wanted to go to war in 2006. He wanted to go to war with Iran in 2006. He's always wanted to go to war with Iran. He wanted to go in 2015 when he was working for Trump, and Trump told him no. And now he's publicly saying that he don't want the war to quit. He said we got to figure out how to take down the Strait of Hormuz. He said it's going to be harder to do, but it's possible. He said Trump's talking about leaving. He said if we leave, we're going to look like we're cowards. Now, that's John Bolton. And if you got a problem with that, you got a problem with the neocons. You got a problem with the Republican Party. You got a problem with John Bolton and his history. You got that problem. You pay Call of Duty. You sit around, can't even do that good. How dare you? All you do is play Call of Duty, and you got the nerve to question John Bolton? You are out of your ever-loving minds. You're out of your minds. And we got the join link. If you're not a coward, you can hit the link. And it's almost like the Supreme Court. See, they came into the Supreme Court. Trump went there to try to intimidate the court. And his conservative judges hit the arguments to pieces. The conservative judges did. They tore it to pieces because he couldn't defend it. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these, and you look in the chat box, a lot of these people get their information. A lot of them get their information from Fox News. They sit back and they listen to Fox News and they get brainwashed. And then they think they know and they don't know. I would recommend, if I could recommend one thing, stop listening to Fox News. Or understand it's partisan. Understand that news is filtered through a Republican lens. Just know that. Know that. Yeah, and if I can't figure it out, man, that's the join link. I can't figure if you can't get it to work on your phone. Get off the Boost Mobile. Get off the discount. Get off the discount services. Maybe get an AT&T. Join the stream. Yeah. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with being MAGA though, man. And you know what? Ain't nothing wrong. A lot of people vote when you say Obama, right? I voted for Obama, but I didn't vote for all of the stuff all that stuff he got into. So you can make a mistake. I didn't support none of that stuff he got into. All of the gay marriage, I didn't with that. That was him. He was in office, man, and he started making decisions that, in my opinion, went against especially the Christian community. And a lot of people, I know a lot of Christians, black Christians, they said they could never support Obama because it goes against what they believe in. I don't know what to tell you. He says my link won't work on you. I don't know. What you want me to say? I put the link in there. Oh, I don't know what to tell you. I have no idea why it's not working. A guy says he has a small business and the gas and the parts are hurting it. Yeah, it's going to impact you, man. It's you try to grin and bear it for a while, but the prices just get ridiculous. And you have to start curtailing things, man. Maybe you got two phones, you got to cut a phone off. Maybe you have a business line and a private line, you got to cut your private line off. Maybe you got to take some of the benefits of your insurance. Maybe you got to raise your deductible up. Maybe you got to go 2,500 because your insurance is too high. So you say, I'll pay 25 instead of what, 250. There's a lot of things you got to make. You feeding your kids, man. You got to skimp on that. Yeah, man, this stuff matters. That's what people don't understand when you say 50 cents a gallon. That matters, man, especially to a man with a family. That matters, man. He's trying to take care of his family, man. He's got to every bite counts. I saw a guy in the grocery store yesterday. He turned up. He had food stamps. He had two kids. They must have been 4 and 5. It was a black guy. He had two kids. He must have been 46. He had two kids, and he had a food stamp card. And he had a little bit of cash, and he had to put back his neck bones because they were smoked. And the food stamps, that smoked bones are not covered on a food stamp card. He did it in front of everybody. He had to put back his neck bones. He had to put back a couple of Hungry Jack buffets or whatever, Hungry Jack, whatever that thing is. They call it that, but it's, whatever that thing is. It's got that rubber, that TV dinner. He had to put 2 of those back. He had to put back some neck bones. And I was looking at those kids, man, and I could have cried right there, man, because now I'm gonna tell you the way I looked at it. I was looking at the 2 little kids, and I could have cried looking at those little kids. But the reason I didn't say anything is they were hungry, Jack. That's for a man. Them neck bones for you, bro. That's when I said, nah, bro. Nah, bro, them yo bones. I said, them kids ain't gonna be messing. Them little kids ain't gonna be messing with no damn neck bone. Them yo bones. Them yo bones, bro, them yo bones. Nah, bro. I think somebody in the lab was like trying to give him a 10. I said, nah. They was like, nah, I got you, because they saw the kid. I said, no, them his bones. Nah, them his bones. A Hungry Jack meal. You gonna feed that to a 4-year-old? You ain't feeding no Hungry Jack. Nah, bro. And I saw the Lunchables. They was in the basket. You got to go without, man. His food stamps, because his food stamps wouldn't cover those. Hey, man, you got to make some concessions now. And this is what, okay, that was yesterday, so it wasn't that was the first. So he burned through his food stamps. The first, he had to put stuff back. I didn't know you couldn't get a spicy neck bone with a food stamp card. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you couldn't get spicy neck bones on a food stamp card. Sacrifices have to be made, brother. Sacrifices need to be made. And they're being made. He says essentials are covered. The essentials are still covered. Be grateful. Yeah, I agree with you. They let the Lunchables. You know what? I'm glad they did that. They let the Lunchables go by. And I hope they do more of that. Get all of that adult stuff off of there. That stuff's for kids. You don't need to be getting no damn Hungry Jack TV dinners on no food stamp card. They said no, they don't cover that. A spicy neck bone. They know that's not for kids. That's for you. Yeah, man, he had to go into it. He went in his basket and took them all off, man. And he looked real bad down at the line. And I looked at the kids. I'm going to tell you the truth, man. If I You know, I think it was like $7, $8. No, he's about $8. Came up $8 short. I could have gave him $8, man, but it wasn't for the kids. So I said no. When I saw that, I said, no, I'm not doing that. I looked at the kids, and yeah, it was just ripped your heart out, man. Just two little 4-year-old kids, man. They got to eat. But he looked down. I said, and I looked down. I didn't say it to him. If you'd asked me, I said, man, them for you. And I said, nah, bro, I'm not buying I'm not buying you no food, bro. You crazy now. I know you crazy. You asking me? I said, I'd help the children out. But them neck bones for you, bro. They spicy. Yeah. And I felt real good about doing it too because I knew it was for him. But I will admit they can get you because, you know, if you're still in touch with your humanity, you know, but you might say it's for the kids, but that wasn't for no kids, man. And let me tell you something in the future, man, if you guys find yourself, make sure whatever they're replacing, make sure it's adult stuff. What I'm saying is, if they need help, I get it, but make sure the help goes to the children, not to the adult. If it's a pack of Cools or something, I'm not buying that. The kids don't smoke Cools. You know what I'm saying? And it can't be just me. But I saw that, man, and I saw that brother, man. I saw that. It was sad to me, man. Did Elon cut the subsidies? No. No, now, you know, corporate welfare, you're right. Now we are getting into a Democratic Republican debate. That would be a Democrat Republican. You're right. Corporate welfare. Cut the welfare on the citizens. What about corporate welfare? We know Republicans are for corporate welfare. They figure they're job makers. They say, well, they're the ones who make the jobs and they deserve the welfare. The people don't deserve the welfare. Get off your lazy butt. Get up. Get your lazy butt out there and work. He said, are you the food stamp police? No, they took food stamps from me so long ago, man. I think you can get them in college, right? You get like $70 a month. You can buy you some peanut butter, jelly, some bread. And you have a card, right? You got the food stamp, which is if you're a student, you're eligible for. I don't understand why college students don't. I think that, you know, you got to get that shame off. You got to get that out of your mind. If you're eligible, go down there and get them. It ain't a lot, but you can buy things with them. And, you know, they want to get rid of the snacks, but I'm just saying, in addition to you having the meal pass. So you eating at the school cafeteria and you take the $20, $70, whatever, it's more than that now. You take the $150 in food stamps and you buy peanut butter and jelly and cold cuts. And you can have you a meal. And if you're ashamed of that, you deserve to starve. You deserve to starve. I had a conversation with a young lady. She went to Ole Miss. I'll never forget it. She got in. She did all the testing. She got in. She had a high grade point average. And she went to Ole Miss. And we know what we're not going to get into that, right? But this was the thing. I said, this was about her second semester. And I was talking to her. I said, how you like Ole Miss? She said, it's okay. I don't like it, though. And I said, what you mean? She said, I don't have any money. And I said, because I'm like, you're in college. What? She said, you don't understand. All the people, most of the students here, they got new cars. She said, a lot of people here have money. And she said, every day, I get to see them get in their BMWs and they go off and they have fun. And she said, I'm here by myself and I don't have a car and I got a meal pass and I don't like that. And her roommate was a Chinese foreign exchange student because she FaceTimed and she showed me her student. And she said, I'm here with her. And I said, well, I said, just get your degree. I said, so what, 4 years? You got to go through this. You'll be better. She said, oh, you don't understand. I don't like living here. The only person I really know is her. I don't have any money. She said, a few black people, they got money. I don't know them. I don't have a car. And I don't like being here. And I said, but you're doing that for college, right? She said, yeah, but you can go to college with money. I said, but you don't have money. She said, that's my point. That's why I'm going to quit. I said, oh, man. She blew me out the water with that. And I said, wait a minute, you got a full scholarship to Ole Miss. Your roommate is a Chinese national who doesn't have any money, who has no car, who spends 90% of her time when she's not at the library or in class in the room. But you gonna quit because you don't have a BMW and you can't go ride out to all the little places that students go because your family don't have money. She said, yes. Man, I'm bro, to this day, and I said, but you got a full scholarship. And I said, what about the lottery money? She said, yeah, she said, that does come in, but I still am not going to have a car the whole time I'm here. And I don't want to be here without a car. Yeah. And she quit. She quit. And I can't to this day, man, and she was from Mississippi. She does hair now. She's a beautician. I cannot believe that. I said, well, I'm just like, wait a minute, you turned down a full scholarship to Ole Miss? You're a young lady, no kids, healthy. You're in the prime of your life. Just live your life. College student, there's people here. How you know you won't get a boyfriend who's got money? College student. She didn't want to do it. She wanted a car, man. She wanted a car, and she talked about it. She said, there's money there. She's right. There's money there. It's black people there with money. And she said she didn't know him, and she saw them having fun. And she was like, and then she didn't like the Chinese student, too. She put her on there, and she said something. No, she cursed. She said something real negative in Mandarin, but she didn't say it in English. But she didn't like her because she was like, hey, we're both here together. Let's study. But she didn't want to know her. Yeah, $4, $5 a gallon, $7 for diesel. Gas prices going up, $8 for diesel. There you go, John. $8, and that's the beginning. And all of that stuff affects everything because it's energy. So prices are going to go up all across the board. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the cut of meat, the roast, right? Roast, right? Now we get it. It depends on how you grew up, right? I'm going to have to tell you how I grew up. That was a meal for me and my fam. A roast? Yes. With some pinto beans, cornbread, or whatever, a roast. But as I became a man, roast meat is for stew. I'm serious. It's not really, it's for stew. You put it in your stew. That's what roast is for. You put in your stew. And another thing, and I hate to say it this way, you feed roast to your pets. Yeah. It was never an expensive meat. It was $13. You get a nice 2 pounds of roast, 3 pounds of roast. You cook it. You chop it up. Depending on your situation, my situation, we ate it for a meal. But I'm looking at it now in the store, it's $30. I've never seen roast cost that much. 30, I've never seen that. A roast, a shoulder, $30. Yeah, and prices are going up even higher. Yeah, in a minute, we're all going to be eating bologna sandwiches and sardines. In a minute, we're all going to be having ramen noodle and sardines for dinner. Like we're in jail. No, I'm not. I fed it to animals, to pets, dogs. Racism is expensive. It's very expensive. Look, like the stream, man. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. You have something to add? And you don't fry roast, you cook it, you bake it. I know a guy right now, he's got 3 pits. He doesn't do it all the time, but he wants to treat them. He goes to churches, gets that 8-piece box. Well, I don't know what it is now. It used to be about $8, 8 pieces chicken, or $6.99. He buys it, he takes it to his pets. It's a treat for him. He doesn't feed it to them like maybe once a month, depending on how they behave. He throws it to them, but he doesn't eat it. He doesn't like it. He feeds it to him. And it's, when you look at it, it's an inexpensive way to do stuff like that. Like the stream, man. John Bolton has come out publicly. John Bolton has come out publicly and criticized Trump. He said there's failures there. He said it's a Iranian thing. He understood the air power we have. He said we have the ability to bomb them. We have the ability. He said, look, we can destroy all their planes. He said their Navy was gifted to them. Their planes were gifted to them. They have an outdated Navy, an outdated Air Force. But he said where they tend to have equal value in combat is ground troops. And he said now we found out that they've went and they've developed their drone technology that surpasses ours, in the sense that the amount of drones and the ability to make them disposable like that. And he said, and they have a lot of them. And the cluster bombs and all of these things. So John Bolton said that they were underestimated. And he said, perhaps had we went in 2015, he said they wouldn't have been advanced as they are now. Now, John Bolton wanted to go to war with Iran in 2015. He wanted them to go in 2015. He said, since that time, they've improved. And he don't have the intel. So he doesn't know. When they looked at the possibilities, he don't know what was told to Trump. But it's possible there was no new information, and Trump, or it's possible Trump just said, hey, I'm the president. I heard what you're saying, General. I hear what you're saying, but I'm the president. So what I'm going to do is what I want to do. And therefore, we went into a foreign country. And now we got to get out. But we got to exit in a way where we still maintain our respect. We got to get out and still maintain the respect that we deserve. Like, share, support, man. Said China went, they're buying their soybeans from Brazil now. Yeah, what's happening with Trump don't understand it. People, it's like anything. It's like anything. When you get forced to change, sometimes the change you do the change, you never go back to the way it was. And a lot of the soybean farmers in America have lost that market. And when all of this stuff, the tariffs are over, there's a notion that somehow the way that market is going to return, not necessarily. When they were talking about the African market, right? A lot of those guys in America sell 90% of their harvest to Africa. But Trump put all those tariffs on that those countries now are trying to find those goods somewhere else. And once they find them somewhere else, and they don't know how things are going to go with America, they'll probably continue to do it. So now those farmers have a product, but who they're going to sell it to? Who they're going to sell it to? And that would be Trump. And that would be his bad decision making. And John Bolton is telling you that. He sat in the room with him. He watched him make decisions. And he just don't think the guy is up for the challenge. And he's seen a lot of presidents. Going back to Reagan, he's seen a lot of presidents, and he's seen them behind the desk. He's been in the room, the only one in the room. He's heard them on the phone. He knows exactly how they operate. He's seen all of them. And now he worked for Trump. And he's telling you right now, he knows how Trump operates. He said Trump does it on his own, but he doesn't understand that you can't do a war this way. You can do some things that way, but you can't do a war because people's lives are dependent on that. And it has far-reaching outcomes as far as the oil markets. In addition, they said Trump is coming back saying that the war is over and they don't have any weapons because he's trying to manipulate the stock market because the stock market starts to fall. But the minute they hear good news, the market goes up, but then it starts to go back down. And most people say Trump is lying. They're saying Trump's going to be there for another 2 months. And that means that's ground troops. And I don't believe America, I do not believe we can stomach our troops being returned on those flag draped coffins. I don't think we can stomach that. I know I can't. And then this is a war of choice. This is a war of convenience. This isn't a war. This is a war of choice. They don't have a nuclear weapon. This is a war of choice. I don't believe he's going to be out of there in real quick. And also, I don't think Bibi's going to let him leave like that. I don't think Bibi is going to be like, okay, hey, we appreciate you guys. We got it from here. I don't think he's going to do that. It would be good if he did that. Tammy, you hate Joe Biden. Okay? You hate Joe Biden. You blame Joe Biden for things he has no control over. And no, that was not cool. I don't know why you got that was cool. Why you keep trying to bring up Joe Biden? Well, the thing about the Iranian people is, what are you going to do with them? They're radical Islamists. What are you going to do with that? I'm just saying, you tell me what you're going to do with that. What you going to do? You teach them to like the Beach Boys and how to play basketball? They're radical Islamists. They live under Sharia law. You almost have to leave certain aspects of the world alone. It's just simply not for us. We're westernized. We're Americans. They're not westernized. They're not Americans. We live differently. She said 36,000 dead Iranian citizens. Wow. Wow, that's crazy, man. And like I said, that's above my pay grade. But I guess they're going to do all those investigations with the UN. They're going to go in and they're going to try to see where those missiles, who shot what, and how, and then they're going to file war crimes. They're going to file war crimes. That's crazy, man. That many civilians. And we share this planet, and people have to understand that you can't be rogue like that. People say, well, who's going to make us be accountable? Well, we'll see, right? We'll have to wait and see, right? He don't like John Bolton. You're nuts, bro. You're nuts. You are completely brainwashed. Phoenix, you are brainwashed. This guy said, you're brainwashed, bro. Now John Bolton's a liberal. John, a war hawk. And look, go do it yourself. If you go war hawk politician, you're going to see an image of John Bolton. He's right there. He's the definition of a war hawk. But he just called him a liberal because he disagreed, because he has a opinion of Trump that he doesn't agree with. So he's a liberal now. Like the stream, man. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. What do you think of this war? John Bolton is giving you his opinion. I understand it rubs a lot of people the wrong way. I fully understand that, but he's a war hawk, and I'm going by that. Here we go. What's up with you, Resurrect?
What's up, Platt? Hey, man, you remember what I told you a couple of streams ago? I was telling you that once this thing was over, that all of the war hawks are going to be eliminated, all in Israel, United States, and Iran, because they're going to have peace.
Iran's a horse of a different color, brother, and that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen in America either. But go ahead.
But I'm just saying that they had started going after John Bolton a long time ago, because he is a neocon. He has been prosecuted.
He says he's not
prosecuted.
He said he's not.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, they had already started to prosecute John Bolton. Remember, I told you this, man, because they don't want the bankers, the money. The money doesn't want any conflict like that anymore. The money wants open enterprise in various markets. United States has already come out and just said that if the UK and Europe can't get gas and oil from Iran, they are more than welcome to get it from us. Remember, I told you, I said that the podcast I was listening to, that banking dude said that the United States is going to be supplying the oil and the liquid gas to all the Western Hemisphere and to Europe. Now, it's seeming like he may be telling the truth, because Trump just came out there and said that yesterday when he was mad at, so-called mad at at Starmer. And he said, well, Starmer and them can't get any oil and gas from Iran and the Middle East, and they can get it from us. That's the new markets that they're going to, the United States is now going to compete on the world stage with selling our oil and gas due to the fracking. Remember, man, the money is going to be the thing that's going to be running this thing now. The war hawks and stuff is going to be done. Okay, remember, I told you, I said that they're saying this dude, this banking dude.
Technically, Trump's a war hawk.
Well, no, Trump is out here doing what they're telling him to do. So this guy said that once Trump makes the deal with Iran, that's when the oil prices are going to go way back down. They need those oil prices to go down. That's the only way that this thing is going to be able to make it.
What do you think about Bolton's opinions about Trump's failures?
Well, yeah, because remember, Bolton and the war hawks want constant war. That's how they make their money. But the finance people don't want to keep this constant war stuff going on. They want that to end.
Mm-hmm.
They want that over.
He said that
they're giving them their little last conflict over in the Middle East now. But after this is done.
Yeah, he said
according
that.
to this banker.
Okay, he said that Trump didn't tell the allies. He went in along with Israel.
Mm-hmm.
He had no plan to secure the strait, and he has
Mm-hmm.
no exit plan. And he said in addition to the ideology of the Iranians, he said that has not been changed. And
Well,
Sharia
the
law
exit.
and all of that.
Oh,
He
yeah.
said, how can you say victory in Iran when basically you replaced the guy they took out a guy and replaced him with his grandson who's more radical than
No,
him.
the people that survived that's going to be in leadership in Iran are going to be on board because China is backing them up financially and everything. So they're going to be on board with this peace and this renegotiation of things in the Middle East. The people that wasn't,
What about the people there?
people, the people.
Do you know what a radical
yes,
is?
So listen, in Iran, they've had so many regime changes, and the people didn't do anything. Platt, remember this: when they took the embassy in Iran in Tehran, that time the Shah had been deposed, right? But the person that took over was the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Mm-hmm.
Ayatollah Khomeini had been ostracized out of the country. Where was he at? He was sitting in Paris, France, man. All that time until those students took the embassy. So what I'm saying is that had been a plan to install the Ayatollah because the Shah had outlived his usefulness. They didn't need the Shah anymore. So, I told you a long time ago, not a long time ago, but I was telling you how Iran and the United States backdoor have always done business. If not, you wouldn't have had the Iran-Contra affair. They have always done business.
Okay.
But it's time out. It's time out for the conflict no more.
But now the new supreme leader, right, who runs Iran, and they said they have a president there who handles the daily government responsibilities, and they do have people there. They are they're radicalized Islamists, and that's just not something that you just look the other way on. So, and that's what Bolton said. He said, so how can you say you knocked down you took the leaders down, but the people are still radicals? Those people are not over there with apple pie and baseballs and talking about America. They're over there talking about death to America. They're radicalized even more.
They've been saying that for
they're
a long
doing
time.
it, and they're going to show that girls' school that got hit by that missile. They're going to show Trump blaming them. They're going to show that on repeat for the next 3 months to radicalize those.
They've already outed the guys, man.
Hold up, brother.
Outed the two United States guys.
Hold up, brother. To radicalize the citizens of Iran against the West. They're going to feed them that, and they're already radical. So that's what he's right. He failed at that.
No,
he failed.
They already outed the two people in the United States Air Force that was responsible for that. Them people going on trial, man.
They don't look at it like that.
They didn't do what.
No, they said
the
that
orders were.
No, I got you. Oh, okay. I didn't know they got the pilots who made that mistake and dropped that bomb.
You didn't see that in the news?
I saw it somewhere where they said that the one who did it was passed away. That's what they said, he died in another incident.
They got the two people that was responsible for giving the orders for that hit on that school because as the banker said,
they're going to bring those people in court.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they're gonna break down why did they do it. Now that's up to them. Well, hold up, Resurrect.
My bad. Go ahead.
That's up to them. That's up to them. They can protect Pete all they want to. They can say, I made a decision and it was my mistake, or they can say I was told to go after that target. We knew it was a soft target, And I was told to go after that target. And guess what that means? That means the door is open to bring Pete in. And somebody put in
Could
the
be.
chat, I don't know if they're telling the truth, which is ridiculous to me. I don't know if they're telling the truth. Somebody put 36,000 civilians have been deleted in Iran. That's almost unimaginable.
Well, I tell you what, Platt, those guys may fall on the sword or they may give someone up, but somebody's gonna pay for those girls getting deleted like that. That wasn't part of the plan. That wasn't part of the plan at all.
But when you think about it, since they said it was the school for the Republican Guard, when you think about it, maybe they felt if they do that, that would send a signal and they would then fear America. But
they
didn't look at
the Platt. It's women.
No. Well, I know, but I'm saying maybe he wanted to send a signal to the Republican Guard of Iran and the Iranian people that, like Trump said, we don't care. Everything's on the table. But the problem is he didn't expect them, which I don't know why he didn't. They united behind that.
Yeah, women and children, though, man, that's inexcusable.
And that's beneath us. That's what now we're talking. That's beneath this country. We're much better than that. That's something you expect Iran to do. That's something you expect Cuba to do. That's something you expect North Korea to do. Go after a girls' school in America. Go after soft targets. You don't expect America to do anything like that, man. We're too strong for that. And you don't know what America is, Thomas. You don't even know what American is. You're an idiot. You probably watched that Call of Duty. You seem like the type. This guy say if you're not MAGA, you're not American. This guy's an idiot. And how do I become MAGA? I go buy a hat. So if I go buy a hat, that makes me MAGA. So if I buy a hat, I'm MAGA. And then I'm officially American. You don't sound like you love America. You just said you hated anybody who disagrees with MAGA. That don't sound like somebody who loves America. And Biden said, if you don't vote for him, you're not black. Okay. And he won his election. And you know what? Let me tell you something, though. You know what you guys leave out of that? A lot of hardcore conservative blacks, a lot of them. Like he said, if you're not black if you don't vote for me. A lot of them don't consider themselves black. So he made a good point because a lot of them said, don't consider me black. I'm not black. I'm American. I'm American only. No black over here. Jesse Lee Peterson has said that 1 billion times. The guy, what is his name? I think Alan West said it. There's another Republican. He was loudly about he's American. Don't call him a color. And then when Joe Biden say, you're not black if you don't vote for me, basically saying the real blacks are the ones that's going to vote for him. You guys get mad when black people they're saying they're not black. They're saying not one drop of black in them. There's a bunch of black conservatives. They used to say that all the time. I've seen people come on Sean Hannity's platform and say on it, Fox News and say, Sean, I am not black. I am so tired of these Democrats. All they do is identity politics. Sean, I am an American. My father was an American, Sean. I've seen him. He'll just sit back and just let him talk. And then all of a sudden, Joe Biden say, and they said, well, he said, I ain't black. Well, you said you wasn't black. You said you weren't black. You said it several times. And that's sort of the same conversations with, you know, the Nicki Minaj's and the Amber Roses. You know, Amber says she's not black. Nicki says she's Trinidadian. And see, you guys wouldn't know it. There's a lot of people who do not want to be considered black, which is fine. Nobody's trying to make them be something they don't want to be. But you don't understand because you think that the reason that they're having trouble has something to do, it has more to do with them. You look at the TLC girl, the Chili girl. Chili's always been the way she is. Chili's always been the way she is. She's made all her money off of black women. Black women voted for Kamala Harris 92%. She's out donating to Trump. She's out retweeting a picture of Michelle, calling Michelle Obama a man. They look at that as betrayal. And she's the one who's dependent on black women to pay her bills. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, you know, living the way she's living, but she's got to have enough sense. And that's the thing about politics. You don't have to tell nobody who you vote for. That's why they got the booth. You go in the booth and you pick who you want to pick. That was stupid. For Chili to do what she's doing, that's beyond stupid. And she's black. I don't know why she don't want to be black, but she's black. And we know she probably because she got that zaddy with her. See, and that's what I'm saying. What's that guy? We had a guy join me a couple of weeks ago, and he had him a white woman. And he was doing what Chili's doing. I told him, I said, man, you're nothing new to me. I said, man, black people do that more. I said, what you just told me, I hear that all the time in my community. She said, Obama isn't black, he's mixed race. Okay. Said Chili not black. She refers to herself as black. She put out a tweet saying, leave black men alone. She saw some other stuff. It's something about, and I don't even know if we have the ability to do that. We don't have to do a stream about interracial, when blacks get with whites. I need to study that more because there's something about that, because it's like a break from reality for that black, not that white person, that black person. It's like a break from reality. Yeah, it's like third stage or something. It's like a separation of a rocket that once they get with a white person in a relationship, they just start to float, and they do not identify with being black. And they get mad if you say that to them. They get mad. They don't want to be, no, I ain't black. Why you call me black, man? Hey, man, stop calling me. I'm calling you, I ain't black, man. Hey, man, you got a cute daughter, man. Yeah, man, that's me and my wife, man. That's our second baby. So, yeah, what you know, what, you know, your grandma? No, man, my woman white. So you got a little black, man, my kid ain't black. I didn't see, you got to understand, I'm in the black community. I've seen that stuff. I've seen fights happen behind that. Hey, man, don't call my kid black. Like, huh? Didn't I tell you don't call my little kid ain't black? I done seen them do that. Getting a fist fight over that. It's something, I mean, that's why I'm not surprised by Chili. I'm not surprised by what Chili did at all. That goes on. That's a prevalent way to think in the black community. Chili got a white guy. She really don't like black people. She don't identify with black people. Unfortunately, her politics got out. And she did what she made an apology video, and it was pathetic. She made an apology video, and they've been ragging her ever since. And I hope she got some money, because she ain't gonna make no money on this tour. TLC ain't gonna make no money. TLC probably they might get $6,000 a show. They might. TLC, they might not even get, they might get $1,500 a show. $1,500 each. That ain't no money. That's why she shouldn't have made that video, because she ain't making no money. And Lisa Left Eye Lopez is already out the group. So Lisa Lopez is out. She can be out too. She ain't no major part of the group anyhow. She got a couple of songs. She got a couple of lines and a few songs. But I don't keep up with them like that. So I'd be surprised if she has any songs where she sings the whole song. Like the stream, brother. Bless the cash app, man. Hit the super chat. What we doing, brother? John Bolton has been highly critical of Donald Trump, man. He don't like the way he's approaching this war. He said, he's talking about how he would do it. He said he would have had a agreement with all the allies. He would have secured the Strait probably first, Strait of Hormuz. He would have did that with SEAL teams. He'd have went in and got that. Then he would have started the war. And then we wouldn't be looking at what we're looking at now. But because they got that, and now they got their drones and they got their mines, now they're more than capable of making it. And at the least they can make it where nobody can get through. They can do that. Ambassador Bolton has publicly come out and criticized Trump, making good points, posing questions. Many people can't answer the questions. Says Trump is messing this up, man. And a lot of his failures, he could have, had he done it the right way, he wouldn't be having these problems. Had he done it the right way, he would not be going through what he's going through, but he did it the wrong way. He did it the wrong way, so he's having a lot of problems. You're right. He says he's the only president who lost and complained about being cheated. Yep. The January 6th, yep, people lost their lives. Yeah, this guy's something else, bro. And but I'm telling you, we live here, right? But I'm telling you, the outside, a lot of the people, Putin and stuff, they're 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 using him and they're manipulating him. They know how to play up to him. They know what he wants and they know exactly how to feed it to him. There you go. He says, here you go. He says, do you people get paid to be anti-American? Who's anti-American? What's anti-American is to just follow Trump blindly. That's actually anti-American. To put Trump on some type of pedestal like he can't do wrong. That's anti-American. To let Trump do the things he's doing without criticism. That's anti-American. You're not even an American, brother, whoever you are, Joe. And this is what I'm saying. You get these guys in here, they're idiots. Dude, you're nothing but a clown for Trump. You're a stooge for Trump. You don't even know what a patriot is. You come in here, you're a stooge for Trump, and you want us to be brainwashed and blind to his mistakes like you are. Well, we're not, brother. We're not. And I don't care what you call me, brother. It ain't gonna change nothing over here. What is this Joe Biden stuff? I don't get there. Every time there's criticism of Trump, they bring up Joe Biden. What about Joe Biden? What about him? Yep, Minnesota. They don't even want to talk about Minnesota. So that's what I mean. You have to blind yourself. They don't want to talk about Minnesota because that lady who got deleted, the man who got deleted, they just justify it because they don't want to see the truth. Man, you think that was okay? Would you want somebody to do that to you? You at a stop sign. Would you want somebody to do that to you? But it's okay with them because they're brainwashed and they're full of politics. That's what I'm saying. They're full of partisanship. They don't care. They want Trump. It don't matter what Trump do. He's always right. Trump's always right. She wasn't at a stop sign, brother, and she was a liberal, ultra liberal. Okay. And the guy pulled out his weapon. Now on that, now y'all getting into territory that's out my purview. I'm gonna tell you why I'm being serious. You're getting into territory that I don't understand because I'm a black man in America. There's no way if a official pulls a weapon on me, I'm gonna continue to drive. that, that don't happen. So we already know. We know better. So I don't know why she kept driving. You got to. That comes from y'all lane. That's from the white man's point of view. I don't know why she did that. I have no idea why she decided to keep driving when that man had his weapon drawn and pointed at her. I don't know. I don't know. I know I wouldn't have done it. And maybe she thought he would never. Maybe she looked at him and said, "I don't care. He would never use that on me." See, I know that don't apply to me, so I would have never done that. But then again, I want to be out there. I got other stuff to do, protesting some dude that they finna pick up. It's that ICE agents drag people out of their cars and out of their homes. Yeah. And that sort of goes against the Constitution. But we'll see. Those people have their day in court. They'll have their day in court. I got you. He said Israel, Minnesota, where the Somalis defrauded the American people for billions of dollars. What does that mean? What does that mean? He said, and that means what? What that means? So it's okay to delete people in the street? You guys, they have a strange way to justify their racism. They just say anything, bruh. The Somalis who are breaking the law, they need to be held accountable and prosecuted. But what does it have to do with American citizens losing their lives at the hands of ICE? You want to mix apples and oranges, and this is about racism, brother. He wants to throw black people or people who are considered black by America. I know they're Somalis, but they considered black. He want to throw them under the bus because they're black. What about those Somalis? What about them? They need to go to jail. They need to be deported and they need to go to jail. What about them? All of them. If they don't have paperwork, they need to be sent out the country. What's your next question? Yeah, what's your next question? Interfering with law enforcement is bad for your health. I can agree with that, but you still, okay, that being said, you still can't do what he did because, hey, man, you know what? Like I said, that's a question best left for you to answer. It is. That's a question best left for you to answer because I'm not white. And there's no way I'm going to think if if an official has a gun drawn on me, that I'm going to be allowed to continue to drive around him, away from him, leave the scene, and he's already drawn his gun. I just don't think like that. At that point, I throw the car in park, I put my hands up, I exit the vehicle. At that point, that's just simply just the way things are. It's not a question of arguing with anybody, it's just the way things are. Now, she didn't think that, so she kept driving. She did not think that, so she continued to drive. Joe, actually, you can support ICE, but you also can call out the people who are not doing their job appropriately. It's just like the police, and I know that's the Fox News thing. They sort of have this thing with like the police. The police can do no wrong. No, they're very capable of doing wrong. If they do wrong, you point it out. I don't understand somebody. I mean, the way these people think, man, it just blows my mind how they think. They just make stuff up. They don't even believe in right and wrong. They just believe, okay, if you black, you wrong. If you white, you right. And we'll fill in the blanks after. What happened? Black man got shot. Who did it? White man. Okay, black man fault. Gotta be his fault. Black man fault. Joe Biden. Black man fault. Black man fault. Obama. That's pretty much all they say. $8 gas under Donald Trump. $8 a gallon under Donald Trump. And he was just on stage talking about he's getting rid of Medicare, telling you that you don't deserve that money. The states got to do it. And then he said it's okay for the states to raise your taxes. Now, this is a Republican talking like that. You for tax increases, Mr. Republican? And the war machine, isn't that the problem? Haven't we been talking about we got to stop the industrial war complex in America? Haven't we been having conversations about we got to some kind of way stop that? And Trump was saying, no, we need the money for war. Isn't it people saying, hey, that $100,000 could have came to my community and fixed up a day, put air conditioners in the daycare that my kids are in, and put new rugs in the daycare. That 100,000, that $2 million missile that missed the drone, that missed its target and burned out and fell to the ground. It cost you $2 million to make. 100,000 of that could have came to our town, built a new daycare, and what was left could have been used to hire people. And the people and the citizens in that community could all go to that daycare. But no, he said we need to get rid of that. He said we need to get that out. We don't need that. He said the illegal stole it. Bruh, Somalis, right? Listen, because you don't listen. Every one of those people who are doing that fraud, they need to go to jail. And then after they come out of jail, send them back to Somalia. Okay, what about it? But you can't, it wasn't up to $2 million. It wasn't $3-4 million, the amount of one missile that we see fly and miss its target, that we see being, what is it, $2 billion a day in Iran? And you got, that's what I mean by the racism. You got this guy in the chat box talking about Somalis in Minnesota, and here is Donald Trump's burning through $2 billion a day. And he's okay with that, though. And also, he's trying to do a war he can't do. He's making all types of mistakes, but he's okay because he's Donald Trump. He can't do no wrong. Donald Trump, take more money. What the guy say? He said, you should pay more gas for Donald Trump and be proud to do it. So I'm going to pay $10 a gallon for Trump. Meanwhile, Trump is making billions of dollars, billions, off his Bitcoin, off his pay to play. Hey, you throw a little something to this, we can get you that deal. Bro, some of you guys are, I don't even know what to say, man. For you guys to be used like that, why would you, what's so important about Donald Trump? I mean, you literally, you ready to give your life for him? Fox News, bro. Hats off to Fox News. They've done a number on the American public, bro. It took them a while, though. It took Fox News about 20 years, but man, they have done a number, an absolute number to the American voter. I'd rather have no war. And you say Biden, I don't want Biden there because Biden was not mentally fit enough. We need young president. I wish somebody would run who's about 35, 36. We got to have a young president. We got to get a young president. All these old people and stuff, they got all those medicines and stuff like that. You got medical problems. You need to get off stage. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. He said professional victim. You talking about Trump? Because you got to be talking about Trump. Trump's a professional victim. He said professional victim. You talking about Trump? What did he say? They stole the election? Victimhood. He went to court. They said no evidence of that. And they got sued for what, $1 billion? Victimhood. What Sean Hannity said, I knew he lost the election. He's still telling these lies. Talking about victimhood. He's a victim. He said Obama tried to stop. He became president. Stop him becoming president. He's a victim. He tried to stop Joe Biden with the Jan 6. He's a victim. He's a victim, brother. He's a victim. Trump's a victim. Did he? He said Trump fires. No, he didn't. I don't believe that. For real? I'm looking at that right now. I'm saying it right here. Wow. Trump fires Attorney General Pam Bondi. Wow. 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 Unbelievable, man. Wow. Trump's firing all of them now. You know Pete's going to go, man. You know he's going to blame Pete, especially for that girls' school. You know he's going to hand Pete, I hope you know what you're doing, brother. Pete Hegseth, you know you gone. Says President Donald Trump fired attorney Pam Bondi after several investigations of his perceived enemies were thwarted in her handling of files related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Wow. She's moving on to a much needed and more important job in the private sector. Kristi Noem. So he's having all these people do his bidding, and then he's firing these people. Wow, that's crazy, man. I don't know what this means. Yeah, I'm serious. I don't know. I have no idea what this means. I don't know if the handling of the Epstein's files, I mean, like, what do they do now? Yeah, I don't know. So you think Trump's trying to get rid of all of his cabinet and then come in with a new cabinet? And we all know if he got rid of the Kristi Noem and now this Pam Bondi, you know Pete's gone. I hope Pete knows that. If I was Pete, I would have my people get ready, man, because I can't get a charge with no war crime. And he sat there and he said that stuff. We're not gonna go by the rules of war. He said that. He said that. When you say stuff like that, somebody, a commander, can go in and commit a atrocity, and then he can say you told him to do it because you were on the microphone saying that you're not gonna go with the rules of engagement. That's why you never say anything like that, man. He said that too. I said, whoa. That's not scaring Iran, man. That doesn't scare Iran. The girls' school. The 36,000 Islamic civilians who've lost their life. Yeah, he says that bombing civilian utility plants, schools, hospitals, that's a war crime. And it's nothing in there saying that if your boss gas your head up and you do it, that's some kind of way that alleviates you from punishment. But these people are so brainwashed, they wouldn't understand, man. Pam Bundy out. And you know what this also opens her up to do? Speak, talk. Because now she doesn't work for Trump anymore. So now she can bare her soul. She can go on the 60 Minutes. She can go on the talk shows and bare her mind and her soul now. Got to let those files come out, man. You can't hide the files. You can't. If he's in them, you got to let the world see that he's in them. And that was his best friend, Jeremy Epstein. That was one of his best friends. He hung out with Jeremy. They went places together. That song in the background where he's dancing, him and Jeremy are sitting there and Trump's dancing. The rhythm, what's that? Rhythm is a. I forgot the name of that. Anyhow, you can feel it everywhere. Rhythm is a hand. That was the joint back then. That was the joint. Who was that? Rhythm is a. That was the Rhythm Factory. Who was that? You heard that? No, I had the sound up and it said, Rhythm is a gangster. You can feel it everywhere. Who was that? That was who was that, man? That's my jump right there. I like that jump, man. Nah, he said Rhythm Nation. Come on, Bino. Come on, bro. You tripping. Was that Snap? Nah. That wasn't Snap. That was CNC or somebody like that. Who was that? I used to have that a CD, man. Rhythm is a gangster. That was house. They was doing all that house music. You know what? Let me go to Google. Google will tell me who's that. Rhythm is a. It's something gangster or something. Rhythm is a dancer. Oh, you're right. That was Snap. You're right. You're right. That was Snap. So that was Snap? So that was Snap? Hey, man, that chicken Snap, man. Man, that chick was thick, bro. You know what? I got to admit, that music was okay, but I started looking at the video. Old girl was thick, man. Like, damn. Old girl was, woo. I said, man, that mom, look at that thick one. She was thick in there. Dun, 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 dun. Getting kind of heavy. You know, I was out there, bro. Getting kind of heavy. Getting kind of heavy. Snap, whoever they were, man, they had some good songs, but that's that song, Trump and Jeremy Epstein. You can see Trump dancing. They're playing Rhythm is a Dancer. I got the power. That's it. Now when they put you out the club, they're going to put you out. American Negro, they're going to put you out, man. They play I Got the Power. We got to put you in jail. You're going to go crazy in there. Snap had a couple of good songs, though, man. Rhythm there. And you know the thing about it, too, it came through your speakers. real clear. It had real distinctive bass and stuff. Nah, man, that was a good song, man. Now, I don't know who they were in the sense where they came from, but it's one of my junts. They had another one out called What You Gonna Do With My Lovin'. That was Inner City. Inner City. That's my junt. I got into the house, man. I think I took a departure from the rap for a while. Got deep into the house music. And they said house was Washington. I never been to Washington. They said that was DC. All that house that came out of DC. You might be right. A lot of the UK bands were sneaking in here. A bunch of them was from Britain. One of my favorite bands is from Britain, Loose Ends. I don't know what it is with Loose Ends though, but man, that was my jaunt. And I'll tell you another thing about Loose Ends with the ladies. The ladies like Loose Ends. Yeah, I got away from rap, man, because rap was too masculine and street. I need to sit back there and make me a CD of my junk. Now Trump did it. Trump did it when heard the song, him and Jeremy. Well, he sat up there, he looking at him, then he started dancing. He's dancing to Rhythm Is a Dancer. Loose Ends, man. And the thing about Loose Ends, they fell apart, right? But Loose Ends got some, man, Loose Ends. If you can get that collection, man, if you ever see that, take your time and go in. I buy that. I go on YouTube, I go on eBay. If somebody got that, if they say here go the entire collection of Loose Ends, I buy that. Because I don't feel like downloading and copying. I just buy it. They got some good songs, man. They got a lot of songs for women too, man. Like you want to get the mood. You got a nice little place, man. You divorced, single, whatever. I've been watching you. Mr. Bachelor. I think I got locked up that night, man. They played Mr. Bachelor. I went to jail that night. I was on that flow, bro. Those days are gone by, though, man. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Those days are all gone by, man. Days of the past, brother. Can't live in the past. Like I said, the only reason I even bring it up because they played it during the Trump and Jeremy Epstein. Trump was back there dancing to Rhythm Is a Dancer. Because I hadn't heard it, and I cut it up. It was up, and it came on, and I said, wait a minute. That's a song. I said, I heard that song. Oh, man, that's. Hanging on a string. Yep. They used to play those in the jazz bars. They used to, I don't even know if those things even exist. They used to have jazz bars, right? It wasn't an R&B. It was certainly wasn't no nightclub. It was a real low light setting, real sophisticated. Um, and they would just play nothing but jazz. They played George Howard. They played Najee. They played house, little house. If it was hard house, they wouldn't play it, but soft house, they played it, man, and it was it was just a nice environment, man. Sort of missed that environment. I don't even think that exists anymore. I love that environment, man. It was real calm. Wasn't nobody clowning in there. It wasn't no Jordans in there. Wasn't nobody in there mad. Wasn't nobody mad at each other, man. It was just great time to get along and socialize. They put a nice song on. You get up and slow dance. It was no problem at all, man. Would you like to dance? Get up and dance. And good stuff, man. Will Downing. George Howard, who left us way too soon. Love George Howard, man. That was loved. Personal. You, me, and he. But you know how that go, man. I'm sitting up here saying that to you. I'm saying that to this channel, and I'm saying this to this internet. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, man, it's crazy how, and it hadn't even been a long time. We're talking about maybe 20 years ago. It's crazy how things are now because the rhythm is a dance. These bands, these were good bands. You don't hear nothing from these people now. And I don't even know who they were. Phyllis Hyman took on, yep, she deleted herself. Couldn't live alone. Angela Bofield. This time I'll be sweeter. Atlantic Star. Atlantic Star, man. Atlantic Star. They outdid themselves, man. Atlantic Star. Touch of Four Leaf Clover. Silver Shadows. Man, you out your. We done forgot. We've totally forgotten what music means, man. Yeah, we don't. Those are love songs, man. Those are beautiful music. A lot of time people don't even know what that is, man. Silver Shadows. Touch of Four Leaf Clover. Love Atlantic Star, man. All of it. The beginning and the end. It's just like Boys to Men. A lot of people didn't like them, said they were simps. They were suckers because they weren't explicit. But see, I know the community. I'm saying, man, the black community is diverse. I'm like, them dudes, they making music for people who like their music. I said, everybody ain't like that. Everybody don't like all of that real hardcore, the hardcore stuff. They like the Boys to Men. They like the way they their songs. But I have to admit, even Boys to Men was a little bit too lame for me, though. It wasn't for me, but it was for the black community, though. But nah, that wasn't for me, though, bro. I'm a Jodeci guy. I'm a Drew Hill guy. But I have to admit, Boys, they got some songs, but that's 40. your suburban audience. That's for them. That's for your chili crowd. Boys to Men is that chili. That's that chili crowd. That's that Jesse Lee Peterson crowd. That's that Michael B. Jordan crowd. They're Boys to Men. Boys. Boys to Men look like the dudes Jodeci would rob. Who is that? They said somebody wrote all of Jodeci. Who is that? Who wrote all them songs? It's like some small artist. He wrote all of their music. Like he never really had a popping career, but he made the most of his money off of them because he wrote all their songs. Man, we were coming up during a time you had SWV. Jody Watley, I like Jody Watley. Karen White, Superwoman. Anita Baker was all right. That's more your Spike Lee. See, Anita Baker is more like that's that Boys to Men's type stuff. And I'm not talking about her now old. I'm talking about young. I would file her under Boys to Men. Yeah, she was like that suburban. She's that black suburban crowd. Black people with money crowd. Anita Baker. We like Jody Watley, though. Now, they weren't the same, not even close to being the same, but Jody was more my cup of tea. Denise would be that Anita Baker crowd. Johnny Gill even admits that he was the suburban crowd. Johnny Gill said he grew up wearing nothing but suits. All he did was go to church. And he said then they put him in New Edition. He said he know what to do. He said New Edition was a bunch of thugs. And he said, here I am. he said he didn't know what to do. He's like, he looked around and, they were all a bunch of thugs and doing their own things and smashing women. And he said he wasn't used to nothing like that. We're not even talking about Bobby. We're talking about without Bobby. Yeah. Baker, she did all right, but she ain't for everybody, man. Now this dude right here, he's showing his age and that man said Billy Ocean. I found out Billy Ocean was gay. What is it? It's 2026. Well, probably between 2001 and 2007. I didn't know. No, I never knew. I never knew. Found out around that time. They said that man gay. I said, what? It does sort of change those songs, though. I'm just being for real. But he ain't, he just came out, I mean, like he ain't all these dudes run around here like that. You can't even compare Billy Ocean to Luther Vandross. You nuts, bro. Billy had him some songs or whatever, but he wasn't no Luther. And in my mind and in my heart, I don't care what you say, Luther was straight. So I don't even want to hear what you say. I don't hear that's nothing but rumor. I don't want to hear that stuff. That man said Billy Ocean. It was a different world, man. When you're talking about the BET and the MTV, we were just a different world back then. Now we're in the age of the internet, YouTube and TikTok and wherever. All these social media platforms, we're in the age of that. And our information can come at you like this, There's so many ways to get it, and music. We're not the same. And when you look at a Luther, well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't look at Luther I just go by his music, man. Luther Vandross, I go by his music, man. He made good music. He made beautiful music. He said Gregory Hines. Yeah, he got sick. Gregory Hines was black, man. Gregory Hines got cancer and he couldn't even tell his people. And when I heard about that, I thought that was shocking. But now that I'm older, I actually agree. I actually understand exactly why he didn't do it. Because they said Gregory Hines had cancer, but he never told his family. And I said, what? But then again, I got older and I understand, okay, man, you can't let people know your business. And everybody in your family, and that don't mean that you can let them know certain things about. I didn't know that. I know that now. And it's sad because I heard that and I said, what? Now I'm a Sammy Davis Jr. fan, man. So I don't y'all can get up. That's my man there, Sammy. And the black community was wrong. They was wrong for what they did to Sammy. The black community owes Sammy Davis Jr. an apology. Y'all was wrong for what y'all did to that brother. He hung out with white folks. Okay. That don't mean he didn't have the best interest of black people. That man was tap dancing. He was singing. He'd get him a glass of liquor and go on that stage. He was Jewish. He had one eye. He wasn't even, somebody had broke his nose. Brothers did him wrong, bro. Black did that brother wrong, bro. And then he hugged Nixon, and after that, they turned on him. The black community turned on the brother because he hugged Richard Nixon. And the brother told him that he loved everybody. He said, what you talking about? So what? I hugged Richard Nixon. They said, well, no, you can't hug Richard Nixon. He said, well, I love everybody. So they cut that man out of his scripts. He couldn't get he couldn't really get parts. And I feel sorry for that brother, man. I saw that brother on BET with a do-rag on his head trying to get back into the black community, bro. And I was like, Sammy, it's over. Sammy was on BET dressed up like he was a member of Dipset, trying to get black people to forgive him and give him a couple of more roles before he got up out of here. And yeah, and even I saw that. I said, no, Sammy, that ain't gonna work, bro. No, Sammy. You can't be Tupac. And I said, that's how they do us. So I said, that's how black people, we do each other, man. We do each other wrong. That brother, It was sad too, man, because I said, Sammy, you know you don't put no do-rag on your head. What you doing, man? That man was sitting up there. He looked like Memphis Bleak. They did Sammy Davis wrong, man. And we wrong. Let me be the first one. I can't control the black community, but let me apologize. Sammy Davis Jr., I apologize for my community. We did you wrong, brother. You just hugged Richard Nixon. You could tap, you could sing. You liked white women. They liked you. I ain't mad at you, brother. I ain't mad at you. Who can make the sun rise? The Candy Man can. Mr. Bojangles, Sammy wrote that. I met a man and he danced a jig. Yeah, they underestimate him. He got a couple of jammies. He ain't got no whole lot, but he got a couple. Black folks, man, that was back before the internet, though. If he would have been the internet, he'd been all right. They didn't want to put him on none of the shows. He got him a little taste of that snowbird. Yeah. He got that white girl in him, bro. Woo! And we got to do something about that, though, bro. He snapped. He got a little taste of that white girl, man. That man was tapping all day. He was waking up, tapping, tap dancing. That man would tap before he went to sleep, man. That man was so happy. That's probably why the black community got mad at him. They said he doing too much. And I don't agree with that, man. You happy? You happy, man? Thank you for coming. Like the stream, man. We want to talk about this, man. John Bolton has come out against Trump. He does not agree with Trump. He's come out against Trump and his nonsense. He said that Trump has failed as far as winning the war. And he said when you win a war, it's more than just doing damage. It's about getting the people to fall in line with you. He said Trump didn't do that. He hadn't changed the ideology. He had no plans about the Strait of Hormuz. He said, everybody, if you go in there, you got to figure that out. And he said, if anything, you go in there first. You go in there, you take over the strait, then you go in and bomb them. Then you already have the ability to hold on to the strait. But he said, right now, you can't. They know you coming. They've mined it. So you can't now. He said that was bad. Then he said exit strategy. He said this dude talking about just leaving. And he said you don't do that in a war. He said Eisenhower talked about that. He said you never get into a war and then you find yourself losing, then you run. He said you can't do that. You look weak on the world stage. Not being cool with NATO. He said you can't go by money. He said he was in the offices with Trump. John Bolton said I hung out with Donald Trump. I worked for him. He said I watched him behind with the doors closed. I watched him talk to all these foreign leaders. And he said Trump, his thing is it's got to be him. He said he don't like other people to make the rules. And he said he knows that. He said he sat back and he listened to him and he saw him do this stuff. That's how it goes, man. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. People saying the link's not working. I don't know. I can't fix that. He said megalomania. Megalomania. Is that what you call that? Oh man. And you know my thing about, our country is like, man, I know he doesn't work for Trump anymore, but man, and he got rid of Pam Bondi. He gonna get rid of all of them. Pete's gonna go next. But he shouldn't. Bolton is a major, he needs to be in on this war. You got to let him in on this war, man. He knows what he's talking about. He never fought Venezuela. They turned them over. There was no war in Venezuela. They turned over the two people who are in court, and they negotiated to give all of that stuff up to America. There wasn't a shot fired. And for some reason, he thought Iran was going to be like that. And like you say, megalomania. Yeah, maybe that was it. Because Iran ain't. That ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen now. That ain't going to happen next week. That's never going to happen. Like the stream. Hit the like, man. Hit the super chat, man. What we doing? What we doing over here, man? And we're going to go back to our game. We're going to talk a little game. We talk game. But we got to talk politics too, man. We men now, man. We not little boys. We got to understand the political landscape, man. We can't talk about Kobe Bryant all day. We got to understand the political landscape. It's important that we understand that. And every issue doesn't have to be a black issue. This is a war. It's affecting us all. Every issue don't have to be involved like a black issue. Pam Bondi has been out. She's been fired. Wow, that's crazy too. I don't know the fallout. I don't. What does this mean? How does this affect the Epstein files? Who's going to come up next? I don't know. I don't know. And to be honest with you, I really don't care. I mean, like, he gonna replace the person, but I don't care about how they do it and all of that. And she did that to herself, though. See, if she was really playing the game, she would have released the Epstein files. If she was truly playing the game, once she got that position and she knew her responsibilities, she would have said, okay, here you go, unredacted, Trump's involvement in the Epstein files. Trump could say anything he wants. Boom. She released it to Congress. He fired her. People would have knew why. But see, they ain't been released and she got fired. That's what I'm saying. She don't know how to play the game. So now it's not going to really carry any weight. They're going to say she's saying stuff, but she just saying it because she's mad she got fired. So she's in it. How you get 3 million files? I mean, like that dude didn't do nothing but talk while he was in jail. That man went in talking 3 million. That's a lot of pages, man. That's right. He had all his videos and all this stuff he was doing. Say he had an island. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. What we doing, man? What we doing over here? Like, share, support. Trump went down there. Trump went to the Supreme Court, but his own people ruled against him. So even the conservatives, like the conservatives who support like Trump nominated to the bench, they said from a legal standpoint, that Trump didn't have a case. And dumb Negroes think that he was down there advocating for black people. He wasn't. He was down there trying to keep America white. And he was trying to get immigrants out and stop having their kids be considered American citizens. And tell me this, when is Trump ever going to do something for black people? He's never done that. The only person who thinks that is dumb Negroes. Trump's base is a white base, the MAGA, 90% white. Why would he do something like that? I'm going to do something for black people. They haven't given him any money, and they don't vote for him. So why would he do it? And he got made a fool of by the judges he appointed. What's up with you, feeling?
Ain't nothing. Player, how you doing today, man? I agree with a lot you're saying, and some things I don't understand. Can we go back to the files? Why aren't they releasing the files?
She said it was because he was in office. She claimed that it fell under some type of protection because he's in office. That's what she said.
Okay. Yeah, a lot I don't understand, a lot I do understand, but I think it would implicate a lot of people that could be innocent, just because they were there, but at that island or whatever.
Nobody thinks if you went to the island that you participate. Because all of that you would have to prove, but they're saying Trump had a case with a 14-year-old girl. There was a case about that, and I think it was, I don't know what happened with that, but she didn't want to open it up, and it says more stuff is in the files because she said he's in office, and she felt that it was it would interfere with him doing his job, which is nonsense. But they're gonna eventually get the whole thing, though.
Yeah, years beyond our time that no one even cares anymore.
Get it sooner than that.
Well, just think about the Kennedy files. They still haven't released everything on Kennedy, right?
What's there to know about the Kennedy assassination?
We know that we kind of know that America pulled a trick.
No, we don't know that. We don't know that.
Yeah, that's my assessment of it.
Well, yeah, we don't know that. And we, all of that is just conspiracy stuff, man. That's not true.
Okay.
The guy who they said did it. Everything else is just foolishness.
I get what you're saying, player. I get what you're saying. I don't want to run down that rabbit hole.
There ain't a rabbit hole. The guy who did it did it. There ain't no rabbit hole to go down.
What about Martin Luther King? Was the government involved in that?
Now on that, there's all types of there was a witness during the Dr. King, the day Dr. King was assassinated. There was a witness, an old white lady who lived in one of those flop houses. And she came forth and she told the police that she saw who did it. And she gave a description. And she left her name and told them what she was in, like one of them like 25 cents a day flop houses, you know, just a mattress or whatever, just a place. It was different world. When homeless, you could be homeless, but it was a different type of homelessness. And she was standing, they call it a flop house, right? So, and that's low, that's like Skid Row. So they said they took her information down and said it was an old white lady, said it must have been like 75. And she said she saw everything and she told the police, and they said the next day they found her deleted.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I've heard that story too. But you're in the Memphis area, right? And
I'm in Arkansas right now.
Oh yeah. But you know that area, right? So
yeah,
and I visited that area, tried to study it, and I just can't see that guy taking that shot at Martin Luther King from that repository.
Well, you mix. Well, you know what? It don't even matter, brother.
Yeah, it don't. Like
it was from a he got him from a flop house. He got him from he got the Lorraine Motel across the street was like these 25 cents a night.
Right.
Yeah, it was just old. It wasn't even a bed. It was a foam. It was a pallet. It was just a place for you could go. You had to share a bathroom. It was just a pallet for you to get a good night's sleep. I think there was a way you could get your clothes clean, but you'd have to pay. And it was just, they called them flop houses. And
is that what it was?
That's what they called them. And they said that he took a shot from the window of the flop house.
Well, I may be moving all around, but just think that at that time when Trump, that young guy took a shot at Trump and the bullet went past his ear. Just imagine if anything would have happened to that man.
Well, something did happen to that guy. I'm not talking about Trump. Something happened to the shooter.
Oh, yes. He
lost his life. So that's what I'm saying. When you make conspiracies, who's going to give their life to be involved in a conspiracy? That dude got deleted when he did that.
But how was he? It was kind of a successful attempt. He just was a.
Okay, well, yeah, he was a lunatic. He didn't want to settle his disagreements via the ballot box. He tried to take matters in his own hand. He was a lunatic. Fortunately, he missed. The sniper up top ended his life. So anybody who says that it was some type of conspiracy, who's going to get into a conspiracy and get killed? That was him. He tried to do, and there's also, and I hate to go down this rabbit hole, he was a trans. That's what they say. I don't know. That is rumored.
But just think about it. Like, look behind it. Who put him up to that? It wasn't his own doing.
Probably his people, man. I mean, I don't know who he was talking to. And they say he was a trans. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not in that community, but Trump doesn't particularly care for that community.
Man, a couple of millimeters over, maybe inches over, man.
But he missed.
Yes.
Okay, so and what happened to him should have happened to him.
Exactly. I agree with that.
There's nothing else to talk about. You disagree with Trump. You disagree with our political system, you take your ass to vote. You don't do no dumb shit like that.
Even though I don't agree with Trump, but I do agree with politics, and I agree that's the president, and he's doing a lot of nutty things. But I'm very militant, so of course I'm a Marine. But
we settle our differences at the battle box. I mean, at the ballot box.
Yes, sir.
That's how this is America. That's how we do it. And if you're a member of the trans community, you settle your differences at the ballot box. You don't have to agree with Trump. You don't have to like Trump. That's what I'm saying. The guy that was on the golf course, they say he was trans. So
that has nothing to do with me, but I understand what you're saying.
No, I got you. I'm just saying that there was 2 attempts, and both of those dudes were trans. Charlie Kirk, the guy who shot Kirk, was in a relationship with a man. So, I mean, I don't know. You tell me something's bubbling against the Trump administration coming from that community. But that's not how we settle our differences. We settle the differences at the ballot.
I definitely agree with that, Platt. I definitely agree. But yeah, that's it's a lot to be said, man. Happier times. I'm glad you shared your your music. You had me rolling in the chat box over there, man. What was that song again? That Trump. Yes, that. Oh man,
Rhythm is a dancer.
Oh man, I remember those times, man. I was a young kid at the time. I just remember my cousins and them rocking out to that song, Man.
And Snap, I got the power.
Yep.
Getting kind of heavy.
That was good music back then, man.
They had the 2 dudes dancing.
And like you said, you could go into clubs. Nobody was angry, mad. Everybody just celebrating life, and I don't know.
Yeah, and really, because we have a certain standard of beauty in America, we going back to what, 88, 87, maybe 80,
yeah,
88, maybe 90, maybe 1990. But what I'm saying
I was a kid back then, Platt.
Okay, what I'm saying is Snap, the woman in Snap, you had to do with the big fade, right? He had a big fade talking about, it was a man and a woman.
Man, that lady was gorgeous though, wasn't she?
Oh yeah, man. She had on some like a leather jacket and a bike short. Nah, man, she was thick too, bro. I was like, damn. They don't put women like that on TV. And it just so happened she happened to be in the group. And I was like, shit, man. No, that Snap chick. I was like, who is this? And they said it was DC. I said, man, I got to pull up to DC, man.
Nah, I'm from DC, and DC, we have our music is called go-go music. Baltimore dealt in like house music, and Chicago dealt with house music.
That wasn't DC?
Nah. Baltimore is like what 30, 40 minutes from DC, but they bought house music, and Chicago was real heavy in house music back then.
I think they was from DC though. I don't know. Let me see. Snap. I could have swore they were from Washington D.C.
I thought they was from like the UK. No, they weren't from DC. We had groups like Diggable Planets. Remember they tried to go into the rap stream. They had the beautiful little light skinned girl. That was like rap though.
Okay.
DC never had a popular artist outside of the area. We deal in go-go music, Chuck Brown, Rare Essence, Northeast Groovers.
Yeah, it said you're right. Snap was a German Euro dance group from Frankfurt. Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yep.
if I remember correctly, yeah.
And singer Penny Ford, that's her name.
Yeah, Penny Ford, that was her. Yeah.
Thick in the motherfucker, man. She's 61 right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at her. She's 61.
Oh
She got
wow.
Instagram right here. Let me go look at the gram. Now, I mean, she probably done lost weight since then, but back in the day, man. And that's another thing. See, people be sleeping on that. When people say go to Germany and stuff, y'all be sleeping on what's up in there, man. You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised. You go up in there, and it ain't just Germans. It ain't just Germans in Germany. You'd be surprised.
I don't know. Did you go to Germany in your military
I was in
career?
Germany, but and she done. I'm looking at her now. She done lost probably half her weight or whatever. Back in the day. Yeah, she's skinny now.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably is.
Well, she was fine back then. She ain't now, but she was fine. She was fine back then.
They tell them them German girls love a black soldier boy, man.
No, I'm looking at a picture back in her musical days. Yeah, she was thick, man. She had no waist. She looked good. She had no waist, and then she was a German chick too. I ain't know that.
Nah, I can't play around in the snow, man. I love my black women, but yeah.
But I don't know. I think she's black, but
she had it going on. Is she mixed or something? I don't know.
I could find out. I'm not digging that deep into Snap, to know their ethnic background, but no, she had her time, man. She had a moment. We talking about 1980, 1990. If you could pull up around 90, 91, 92, that was in the heart of her career. If you can get it then, but no, not in 2026. Now I'm looking at
no lie, she was a beautiful woman. She was a beautiful woman, though.
Yeah, her waist, she got a waist now. She sort of got a muffin top. She ain't got no body like that. Yeah, fuck that. That's a no for me. She tiny too. I figured that they probably put her on a diet, probably for health reasons. She probably about 110 pounds. She was easily about 210, mostly in the
bottom. She wasn't that big, Platt.
Nah, mostly in the bottom. Yes, she was. Mostly in the bottom.
I give her 180 at the most.
And I'd have whooped that dude with that hat on. I'd have whooped his ass. Cause I'm trying to get my beard in, man. People come out and please stay off my back, or I will attack. You don't want that. I want
it. But just think about it. How do you feel about
especially if I found out he was from Europe? I was like, what? They said, man, them folks from Europe. I was like, who? I said, about the thick chick in that little group Snap. Yeah, man, all them folks from Europe. I would say, well, hold up for a minute. They would say, what? I said, I'll get back. I just went over there and said, I stepped on that man's foot like, yo, man, get out of my way. I'm trying to see what she's talking about.
So hear me out though, Platt. I think music is like kind of like the Bible to us, man. Music releases and accepts everything. Music is kind of like a Bible to me. What do you think about like Michael Jackson? You mentioned Luther in the comments. You told me don't touch Luther.
Mike got caught up in the game though. Another thing happened to Mike. See, the black experience in America, you got to understand that's not as easy as people think that is. Mike, he got overcome, man. He got overcome with the race thing in a sense, not that he was a champion. No, he was a fair guy, but the race thing got him, man. Got to him. And look at him. Look at his kids. He went out and got him 3 white kids, and all his kids. One of them she smoked so much heroin she blew a hole in her nose. Mike,
I see Mike was bigger than the process. He didn't understand that.
Yeah, and he bleached himself. Fitting in is a big thing for a lot of people, man. That man laid in a bucket of bleach until his skin turned white.
Oh man, yeah, that. And you talk to women, they said he was handsome. He didn't even need to do all of that. If he talked to women,
I don't know. I don't even think women looked at Mike as
man, Mike
I don't think they
Platt.
looked at Mike like that. Mike was just
Platt. They said Mike was a gangster, man.
he probably could fight. Old Kansas City nigga, man. He probably lit a couple of them niggas up. They probably came in.
I heard Mike, man. They said Mike used to hang out with Tupac and all them. I heard Mike was a gangster, man.
He lit up DMX. I think DMX came in there the wrong way and thought he was a punk. And I touched him up. They were looking at them shoes and that glove, and they thought,
right.
They thought he was an easy win, but they forgot he was a Kansas City nigga.
I agree.
And he grew up with brothers. He know about fighting. His brothers fight.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
He had to hold his own. And Mike don't fight fair. That's another thing. Mike does not fight fair. You come in, he can kick you because you know he can move his legs. He can dance good. You know he can fight. And Mike's subject to get a beer bottle, man, and bust it over you. Mike ain't gonna fight fair.
I just that in his image, his image though.
Mike gonna tell the police,
I can believe Mike. I can believe Mike was a gangster. He probably tore a lot of niggas' heads off. Man.
He did. A lot of people went the wrong way with him. Now, my thing on Mike is we cool. I mean, I didn't know him. I wish I could have known him because I could have rocked with him when Mike was going to all these cities and pulling up on all these women who want to smash. I could have been like, yo, bro, hey, check it out. Let me do that, though. He's like, what? You don't want to smash him? Nah. I said, I got you. Let me do it for you, man. I'll smash him. Tell her come on in the truck. All them women he was turning down. I said, Mike, you tripping. Mike, what are you doing?
Again, I say this
player. Yeah, he didn't want it. He's turned all them women
I think he was
breaking through his Jeep, man. He was like, no. I said, man, Mike just don't mess with the right people.
I think Mike was bigger than the process. And that's why they had to make him get out of here, you know. Fed on them drugs and stuff like that.
There we go again. You guys, everything's a conspiracy. Mike, the guy was the doctor he hired, did like people do. He wasn't paying attention. And while he wasn't paying attention, he was on the phone with some woman. And like he's done it before. He steps out of the room. He knows the stuff's got to get monitored. And then the man started to all his levels started to beep, beep, beep. It was too high. And he should have came in and at that point secured his patient and brought the levels down. He didn't do it. He was outside talking on the phone. So by the time he got there, he had passed away.
Yeah.
So and that could happen in a hospital. That happens in a hospital. People forget people just because that thing go off and it does, that don't mean people are gonna respond.
You know, I took a bus tour. I was in LA and I rode past Michael Jackson's house. To this day, it was 2 years ago I went up there. You know, people still cry about Michael Jackson.
Well, see, okay, for me, Mike, I ain't got no problem with Mike, but I like the young Mike. I like Ben. You know, remember Ben?
I don't remember the Jackson 5. Is that what you were recalling?
The Jackson 5 before Mike went solo.
Okay.
Mike did his own album. It was just Mike. Now he was still a member of the Jackson 5, but he went solo while he was a member, and he was still under the Jackson, like the families. And that's to me, that's his best music.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Thriller was my album. Thriller.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was pretty much. I was done with Mike on that.
Thriller was my album, though.
Yeah, I don't like. You know that he sort of was crossover on that. And I didn't like Thriller. I don't like Thriller because he wasn't really trying to get at the chick. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't like stuff like that. He had Ola Ray on there. She was fine, and he up there talking about he trying to scare her. I'm like, man, what you doing? Mike.
But Mike had like
Mike was trying to scare the woman. I thought you was what we trying to do, Mike? We trying to hit that though, right? Mike, what are you doing?
On that whole album, Thriller, he had Billie Jean. My mother. Remember Billie Jean, that song?
Yeah.
And he had a couple of he had like about
this. You said that I'm the one. I like that.
Yeah, he had a couple of hits on that top 5 hits at that back in the day.
I like
and Mike was a bad boy, man.
I like Mike. The Ben area. People know what I'm talking about. He wrote the theme to Ben. It was about a rat.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a Prince fan, a diehard Prince fan. And I don't think there's no, I don't know. We put Mike and Prince up against each other. I don't think Prince gets his due diligence.
Well, he can't compete with Mike, but Prince was a good artist. But in no way, shape, or form can he compete with Michael Jackson. I don't know where people even got that from.
I beg to differ.
Nah, it's not even close. I mean, I like Prince. All right, man. Prince is cool. Prince was way cooler than Mike. And Hollywood loved Prince. Prince, if a man could ever like truly cross over, if there's ever a person who could do it, Prince did it. Prince was all. If a person could say, I'm not a black artist, Prince was a white artist. He sang black music, but he was white. Prince, but you can't compare him to Mike. Prince was his own thing. Prince was more of a ladies, women like Prince, in the sense they went to the show for Prince. Mike was more of a family, or if you like Mike, you like Mike.
Okay, Jackson. I get you. Yeah, I get you with that. You said it better than I could say.
He used to tour with the time. Everything about Prince was about women. It was the time was a bunch of dudes in suits singing romantically to romantic songs. And Prince came out, and now Prince was different. I'll grant you that. But he was mixed too. And he actually wasn't. Actually, Prince was Creole. He just told the world he was mixed.
Okay.
There was nothing mixed about him. He's from a black man and a black woman.
But
most dudes was feeling Prince because of Abylonia or Vanity.
Well, if you like I told you, I'm a big Prince fan. Like, I'll take Prince over Mike. That's just mine.
Are you mixed?
And no.
Those are the ones who really love Prince.
But
in my life, mixed race blacks. Oh man! Even though, like I said, Prince put it out that he was, but he really wasn't. He was Creole. But let's go with that. He's mixed, bruh. My whole life, if you was mixed, man, them people was insane for Prince. I didn't get it at first. I'm like, damn, he all right, man. Man, fuck that, man. Prince, man. Put some Prince on. I'm like,
okay. I think it is a comparison though, Platt.
They like Prince. Prince was smashing all of the white women in Hollywood.
Okay.
Sheena Easton, Wendy Lisa.
Man, didn't he have some bad women? He had some bad women, didn't he?
What's her name when she was young? The drummer. Sheila E.
There's Sheila E.
Yeah, at her prime too, when Sheila was young. And there's a woman you don't know who she is, Kat. You don't know who she is, though.
Yeah, no, I don't know. And what was she, the drummer or something?
Kat was just fine. Kat was fine.
Kat was a white lady though.
No, Kat was black, bro. Kat was fine as hell. I don't know who she is. But she was hanging out with Prince. Prince called her Cat, so who knows what that means? But she had long legs, man. I don't know. Maybe he found her on the road. That chick was. I was like, "Who's this Cat?" Man, that Cat chick was fine.
Wow. See, that's why I like these discussions, because some things you don't understand, you don't know, and I don't know everything. I'm a Prince fan. I just know, man. His music really resonates with me. I respect Prince,
but if I listen to Prince, and I haven't listened to Prince in forever, dance music, sex, romance. I Will Die for You.
Hey, do you understand the song "Purple Rain"?
See, what I'm telling you is a song. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't understand Purple Rain at all. But what I'm saying, I know he put that in the movie. But I'm saying, I Will Die for You, dance music, sex, romance, computer love. I'm talking about my Prince songs. Those are the songs that if I listen to some Prince, and I actually liked him when he had his group with the if you go to the band from the movie, whatever that brother is, I know that brother started his own thing, but the brother got the Jerry Curl 2 on stage with him.
yeah,
I like him. I like that Prince. I like that Prince. No, I just like the way they did that.
In his later life, he started to get a little weird, man, doing weird things. But
no, he wasn't. He was just 50. I think he made it to about 50, right?
If I'm correct, yeah, I think he was like, I think he was 53 when he passed.
Yeah, Prince was just a different type of dude, man. You got to understand him. And he wasn't really Prince. He had just like Mike, to a certain degree, Prince had transcended the race thing. Prince wasn't considered black. Like what I'm saying, okay, he embraced like black culture and stuff like that. But I'm saying, if you look, first of all, his music, Prince could play the guitar really, really, really good. That's not associated with black.
Prince could play any instrument.
Yeah,
he could play
really,
the piano.
He could
blow the horn.
Yeah, but Prince could play a guitar. That's not. Now we know about Ernie Isley. We know about there a lot, and we get it. There's a lot of black.
Let's not talk about the Isleys. Come on, play. You.
We know there's a lot of people who play an instrument, and we know about Ernie Isley. We know about a lot of black people can play electric guitar. Okay, understood. But Prince, right, was very gifted at that. And he was able to transfer that into the white community. So he had a fan base from the rock community that others didn't have. So in many cases, people would tell you they didn't just look at Prince. He didn't come off like a black guy, and they didn't look at him as a black guy. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I just think, hear me out, Platt. I just think Prince is not considered Prince is great to me, and I don't think people consider him his greatness. And when you get somebody
mixed race people do.
I think he was kind of like vulgar, and back then America didn't accept him. I could be wrong. They accepted someone like Michael Jackson, but they didn't accept Prince. Right?
When did Michael Jackson get accepted?
Michael Jackson is accepted all over the world. Look at his figure. He's accepted all over the world. Kind of like Michael Jordan.
Okay, I'm done. This guy.
You understand?
Michael Jackson is all, bro, after them allegations and stuff. But Mike does have his own fan base. You're right. But nah, he wasn't accepted like that. Michael Jackson, unfortunately, is a victim. He's a victim of America. He couldn't deal with his blackness.
Right.
And he tried to bleach himself. And he couldn't get acceptance in the white community. White community slandered him, called him names, accused him of the most horrific things. And even though he was found not guilty, they still sunned him and blackballed him. And the black community was, because we go through this all the time. I'm a member of the black community. Brother, if you would just be with us, we you've been cleared of charges. We'll care about your music. We love you over here. But they don't want love from us. They want it from the white community. And then unfortunately now, this had nothing to do with him. He lost his life. But he was always in pursuit. He was in pursuit of white acceptance, bro.
He took on the, let's call it straight. Black people don't buy music. White people bought his music, bought his shirts and everything.
Black people about music.
And bought his memorabilia and all of that.
But black people about music, man. What you talking about?
It's not the case. It's not the case. Cut it out, Platt.
But for Prince fan, you gotta understand, Prince wasn't really getting thugs. The same guys who would go to a MOB.
And them white people will spend their.
Do you know who MOB is?
I apologize. Who is MOB? I know he's a rapper, right?
You don't know who MOB is. It's a group. You don't know who they are.
No, I've heard their music, but I don't.
Do you know who Poison Clan is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, so I can't really. What I'm saying is, Prince got the white audience and a lot of suburban audience. He didn't really get the thug. His music was never meant for him. Prince has always been a guy who get bitches. That's always been. No, that's always been what he's made. He's made music like that. He's for men who get women. He's not for thirsty dudes and stuff like that hanging out. MOB. He's never been that type of dude, and that's what I'm saying, not Prince.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I think Prince, he definitely had a stamp on I don't like what you're saying, like he was for the white people. Prince was for the black man to express himself.
Prince got into black identity late in life, but Prince music, Prince was damn near a rock musician.
Okay. Let's say, yeah. I put him in the rock atmosphere. And rock is bigger than
the way he dressed, the way he carried himself. Prince was a rock. He was a rock star.
Yeah. So I can lean back on that. Like back in the day, we used to say rock star. The Prince is a rock star.
All them white girls, Prince was a rock. Prince was not rock. Prince was never rocking like a black musician, even though you look at Little Richard and he stole like his style, the way he was coming out. But Prince was a rock musician / white musician. Prince never really, even though his first album, he came out a certain kind of way, but Prince wasn't really into black stuff like that. He got pro-black late in life, like I say, his 50s. Prince wasn't
I just know when he came out with Purple Rain, we was in the movie theaters. Well, I wasn't, but I remember my cousins going to see Purple Rain, and that was a movie hit. They didn't think it was going that type of way, right?
Yeah, but he had Purple Rain was a nice hit. I Feel for You by Shaka Khan.
Yeah.
Prince wrote that.
Absolutely.
Prince wrote it, and he got Melly Mel to do, everything about that song where he talking out, let me rock it, Shaka Khan. Let me rock it. Yeah. Prince told him to do that. He said, Prince wanted me to do this song. And he said, no, Melly, I just want you to say it. He said, don't sing it, just say it. And he said he did what Prince told him to do. And then Shaka got on. He told Shaka, he said he didn't want to do it. He said he had this song, but it wasn't good for him, but it was perfect for her. And she said Prince gave her that song. So Prince did all that for her.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you remind me, yeah, Prince did that. I just think he's overall way more talented than Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson had the how can I say, he had the fame and acclaim. He appeared to white America where Prince didn't.
I like that song too, man. He said, he said, sucker.
Yeah.
Now you hear it, he said, sucker. Sugar corn, let me rock you, sugar corn.
You know what? Yeah, you just reminded me. I didn't even know he wrote that song, but yeah, you're right, he did.
No, that's Melly Mel on it. He said, sucker corn, let me rock you, sugar corn. Let me rock you, that's all I want to do. Let me rock you, because I feel for you. Bum, bum, bum. That's the giant, bro. And then when you listen to it after a while, you get the rhythm, and you say, man, that's genius how they put this song together, because he ain't doing nothing but talking. But
absolutely.
He knew his voice would be perfect in comparison to her voice. And that's what he did. He said, let me give you a strong black voice, and then let me give you Shaka voice, you know. And
but hear me out. I think that's the first time we saw like computers getting into the into the realm of things. Am I wrong? Am I correct? When they that was Prince's voice, but they voiced it over with a computerized.
That wasn't Prince's voice, brother. I said Melly Mel.
A Melly Mel. There you go. Yeah,
that was another live being, human being's voice, and he knew, he reached out, and he see, a lot of times you don't even know. They just say, hey, I got paid. I went to Prince. I was there for 2 days. He wanted me to do this. He told me to do it this way. I did it my way, and I changed it. He said, change it, do it this way. We went over it a couple of times. He said, okay, do it this way. Just read this off. Read it this way. Read it this way. Boom. Okay. All right, Melly. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, pure genius work, man.
Hold up, your checks in the mail. And all your royalties, you already got everything signed. Boom. Then he brought Shaka in, and Shaka came in and sang her part. And then he put it together. But no, it wasn't no computer thing. It's just about, he's a master. He's a genius. And that's what I'm saying. He can look at people. He can look at artists and then connect the dots, because he knows what he wants to produce. And that's what Prince did. He did that with I Feel For You. Prince wrote a lot of songs. Prince doesn't even get the credit. He doesn't even get the credit he deserves. He wrote a lot of songs, man.
Yeah, pure genius. I agree with that.
All that Vanity 6, that's all him. All that time, Morris Day, Jungle, all that's Prince.
Well, just think he failed a lot, but when he hit, he really hit hard.
Fell a lot. He didn't fail a lot. I'm just saying that was all him.
And Morris Day was a failure. Vanity 6 was a failure.
No, they weren't. What do you mean they were failures?
Can you name a Vanity 6 song?
Sex Shooter.
Okay.
Prince wrote that.
Yeah, but it was all a failure in his process of being Prince.
How was it a failure, brother?
Sometimes you got to fail.
How was it a failure?
It wasn't a top 100 song.
Yep. Hold up. Sinead O'Connor. I think he did Nothing Compares to You. Wasn't that Prince?
Wow. Did he really?
Prince wrote a lot of songs. He don't even get credit for that. No. They give him credit, but I'm saying publicly, people don't even realize. They talk about his music. Prince was a writer, and just like he put that Chaka Khan song together, Prince was doing a lot of that, but he wasn't trying to get no credit. Like, I mean, he got his money, right? But he wasn't like, you got to stick my name all over your video. No, he wasn't doing that.
Man, no, you're schooling me right now. I didn't know he wrote Nothing Compared by Sinead O'Connor.
He wrote the original song. I think that's on his first album. Nothing
Man. That's real, man.
So when a white woman sing it, now you give him his credit?
I always get that.
Hold up. So they get a ball. He said Morris Day was a failure. Vanity 6 was a failure. We bring up a bald-headed ass white woman. Now he's ready to get his credit. Bro, you tripping.
Hey, don't get me wrong. Vanity Six was a failure. All right. Morris Day was a failure.
To who was Vanity Six a failure to?
I bet Vanity Six can't even come to Philadelphia.
Well, not now. They old now. One of them is past too, maybe more than that. He said he wrote Waterfalls by TLC. I think he wrote Been Around the World, I Can't Find. I think he wrote that.
I'm telling you, Prince was a genius, man.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't get credit for what he was doing, and he doesn't. Now, Mike, on the other hand, Mike was not a writer. That's one thing he wasn't. He wasn't a writer. He didn't play instruments. He was just a singer. And I could tell you who wrote a lot of Mike's songs. So I'm not going to do that. No. You would be surprised. A lot of his songs came from white guys, and you would be surprised because they were. Once you know who's doing them, you match them up. You be like, oh, that sounds like Mike. Oh, so wait a minute, because they were writing all Mike's stuff.
And Mike was a genius, man. You look at Mike's dance moves. And Mike, and then what was that movie we used to do? And we used to slide back. Ain't nobody ever seen nothing like that until Mike did it.
You talking about the moonwalk?
Yeah, the moonwalk. Is that what you call it? I don't know.
Michael J. Fox did it in Back to the Future.
A white man can't do it like a black man do it.
He did okay. He did better than we could do it.
Yeah, Mike did that. He put that glove on and moonwalk.
You got to go see the video. It's on YouTube. I've actually played it on this channel.
Yeah, that was out of this world, man.
Yeah, I've actually played it on this channel. You can go see the video. It's on YouTube. Prince. Go look up these two things. Prince went to the Oscars. Go check that one out, and then go. Prince went to The View, and and this is right before he died, man. But I'm saying these are like within 5 years of him passing. But look at the way the Oscars welcomed him, and then look at the way The View welcomed him. Now Oprah knows him, so Prince is nobody to Oprah. She knew him like a friend, right? So Prince shows up, he's not a big deal, but Shepard and Elizabeth, they don't know him. And I never seen Elizabeth clown like that. They clowned over Prince. And, it was just for fun, but.
Are you serious?
I've never seen Elizabeth. Now, I don't know what she is now, but back in the, man, Elizabeth was fine, a motherfucker. That white girl that was on The View, that white girl was fine, a motherfucker. That Republican white girl was fine. And I never seen her cut up the way she cut up.
Shorty wasn't fine like that, man.
Shit. Bullshit. Elizabeth Hasselbeck was fine back in the day. Now you just talking, bro. You just talking now. Back in the day she was. And when Prince went on there, she was. And Prince didn't mess with him, but the way they was clowning for Prince. I bet you wish you had a game like that.
I don't want to steer your audience wrong, but I don't get into white people. I love my black people. That's nothing I can go around.
Hold up. So if I say a white woman fine, that means something?
Yeah, I can't.
Why would that mean anything, brother? I'm looking at the goddamn TV.
I can't go down that path, man. We already discussed it.
I'm looking at a TV screen. What path am I going down?
Yeah. She's fine. It's
okay,
nothing.
What about it?
It's nothing. I want to be involved with.
You're not gonna be, man. That was probably 15 years ago. You're not gonna be involved with that woman, man. Y'all be tripping, bro. Y'all be tripping. I'm just saying Prince went on there with them, and her and Sherry Sherpa were acting a fool about him. And,
listen to me. Lauren Hill is fine.
Whoopi was laughing at them, and the other chick, I don't even know her name. The chick that's been on there, I don't even know her name. She was up there. Both of them, but the two younger ones were making a big deal about Prince, and Prince was blowing them off. And Prince was trying to tell me he got a
Okay.
contract.
I give you a mixed girl, Platt. I give you a mixed girl.
Philly.
What do you think about
Philly. And Prince did his thing, and it's right there on YouTube. You'll see it yourself. It's funny. I've always found that to be very comical in the way people don't understand. Whoopi knew the man, so Whoopi ain't gonna be all in his face. Ooh, Prince. She knew the man. And Sherry Shepherd and Elizabeth, they didn't know him, and she bought him. It was all Whoopi. Whoopi bought him on there, and he came on there, and it's just funny. It's funny if you go and watch it. That's all. Just it's comical. It makes you laugh. That's why I look at it.
But Platt, what do you think about Alicia Keys? She's a mixed woman. She's a fine woman to me.
Well, now she's back on the market, right?
I have no idea what's going on there.
I'm following Alicia Keys. Yes. This one now, no. That's a no for me.
Okay, so who's another mixed woman I can say?
They don't have to be mixed women. What brother? Prince wasn't mixed.
You just said Prince was mixed.
I never said Prince was mixed.
Prince is a mixed gentleman.
I said mixed people like Prince. Prince is not mixed. Prince is Creole. Prince is from a black mother and a black father.
Okay, yeah,
go
you
look
correct
up
me.
Creole. Go to Louisiana and look it up. Prince is Creole.
Okay,
Prince ain't even big on that. Like he was never like putting that out there for the world to see. Prince's publicist fed America that he was mixed to get people to go look at Purple Rain.
Oh, Platt, we about to enter into something different, man. You think mixed and Creole is Black American?
I do.
I don't. Nah,
a lot of Creole don't consider themselves black, but I think they black.
No.
A lot of mixed people.
You can't be mixed.
The majority of mixed race people in America, the majority look at themselves as black Americans.
Now, call me wrong. Call me wrong right now. Creole means French and Black American, right? That's not.
I don't know what Creole means, but
yeah, Creole. I had Creole is French and Black, if I'm calling it correct.
I don't know if it's you putting black in there. I don't know if you got to go look up Creole. Creole are descendants from the Louisiana Purchase, French owned Louisiana. During that period of time, they made it, and during that period of time, they spawned.
I'm not questioning their.
Spawned the entire race of. They spawned the entire race of mixed Americans. Those people went on to call themselves Creole. They stayed Creole. A lot of Creole deal with Creole, and they don't consider themselves, in general, Creole Americans don't consider themselves Black Americans. They don't look at themselves that way. Prince was Creole. He never put it at the forefront of his world. He never walked around talking about he Creole. Prince just let people come up with their own mind. They put out Purple Rain. He put out that he was mixed, and Prince was never mixed. He was a black man, but he was Creole. But he never talked about it. So people assumed he was mixed. He made money. People went and saw Purple Rain. He made a lot of money off Purple Rain. He was a musical genius. I don't think anybody disputes that. But in all honesty, Prince was damn near a white man. Other than Prince's hair, his beard, and the way he carried himself, Prince was a white man. You could make a case that he was a white man with his hair. What they call that thing in the back, party in the front, disco in the back or something. What they call that thing of something. A shag, it's something. I don't know what they call that thing. What do they call it? What do they call it? When your hair is, you got a lot of hair in the back. You got it sort of cut up in the front. I can't believe this, man. My chat can't help me on this. What do you call that, man? Prince had one of those. My achy breaky heart, that guy, he had one. What's his name of that? What they call that? A mullet. Thank you. Lou. Thank you, Lou. Prince, no. See, he called it a shag. Prince had a mullet. Now, like I said, because Prince is black, it was perceived to be a shag. That was a mullet. That wasn't no shag, man. That was a mullet. Prince was damn near a white man, but that's fine. Y'all, Prince is Prince. Prince had a head. Prince came out doing the hip hop rise. And once again, Prince was the artist that was really, he was so R&B.
Prince was a genius. Let's stop that, man.
So he had a mullet. That's pretty much what he had.
I told you what it was, a mullet.
Now, Michael had a jerry curl. That was a jerry curl. Prince was a black man with a beard with a mullet. And he sold it to the black community, and it worked. And people don't understand a jerry curl. You can't watch your hair, man. If you get a jerry curl, and I've had a jerry curl, if you get a jerry curl, you can't wash your head. You got to walk around. You got to put your activator in there. You got to fluff it up, right? And over time, man, eventually it catches up to you, man, because you ain't washed your head in a month. And you get this dead skin in your hair. And I want to hold on to that curl, man. I think I paid $75. I paid $75 for my jerry curl. $75. I had to sit in the little beautician booth. They put me under the dryer. They took me out. They combed my head. They rolled it. They stuck me back in there. I had to sit up under the hair dryer. They bought me out. They put the stuff in there. They styled my hair. And they told me, they said, well, if you wash it 3 times, it's gonna be gone. So I ain't want to wash my hair.
So Platt, can I get back on topic? We're talking about like what Trump is doing out there. You know, in the military, right?
No. How about that?
Help me out.
Hold up, you want to answer? No, we're not talking about my topic. We'll get back to that, brother. I'm talking about my jerry curl. I got me a jerry curl back in the day.
Oh, come on, Platt. You ain't got no jerry curl, man.
I did back in the day. You damn bullshit.
Nah, not you, Platt.
You know what, bro? You know what, bro? Listen, it was called Jerry Curl that was at the top, $75. They had Hawaiian Silky, and then they had S Curl. And S Curl was like $8. Hawaiian Silky was like $35. And then they had Jerry Curl. Jerry Curl was $75. Maybe somebody got me a Jerry Curl. I got the rollers put in my head. I went through all of that. They pulled me out, put the cream in there, put me back in there, pulled me out, washed it, put me back in there, put the cream in there, man, my hair was curly as hell, man. I put my little thing on there. I had me a Jerry Curl for a minute, man. I had all the curls. I used to look at the back of my head, man. I had little bitty curls. I had them little tiny curls. Like that was my hair. I said, man, I used to juice my head up with that Stay Soft Fro. And I had relaxer, right? You had it's like a cream. Man, my hair was all creamy and juicy. I used to go to school. All that relaxer was running down my back. My hair was shiny. I used to sit by the window so the sun could hit my head, man. I used to look at my hair. My hair used to be on the top of the ceiling. Like a mirror, man. My hair was so shiny, man. Bro, and I held on to it, but I ain't had no money, man. So eventually I had to get a shower, man. And I showered. My curl sort of left, and I showered again. My curl was gone.
Hey, I never went through that process. Damn it, Flat. You was
I got a
into
couple of numbers though. I got a couple of numbers. A couple of chicks who wasn't giving me no play. They weren't giving me no play, man. Till I came there with that Jerry curl in my head. They was like, "Yo, you can call me that." I was like, "Okay."
Hey, that was like some LA thing, man. We ain't rocked the Jerry curl play. Come on, man. You from the southern.
Believe me, they headed to the south, brother.
Damn, Plat. Knock it off, Plat. I can't see you with a Jerry curl.
Y'all playing. Well, you know what I'm gonna do, man? Because I'm looking at the chat box. I should take my money and invest it in Jerry curls and try to bring that back. Because y'all playing with that, bro. That thing get your hair nice and clean.
Nah, we don't do that.
Make your hair shiny, bro. You got the sparkle in that head, bro. You got a sparkly head.
Play. You was a problem out here with that Jerry curl.
Got a juicy head. A lot of women like that, man. They like your juicy head. They gonna come up to you and be like, "You ugly, but you got a pretty Jerry curl." There you go, and then that's your opening right there.
Man, you can't run for president with a goddamn Jerry curl, nigga.
Yes, you can. Why not?
Imagine Barack Obama running.
I see so many women say, "You ugly, but I like your curl."
Oh,
I never seen a dude get mad about that. They start smiling and say, "Yeah," and then they bend their head down and let them play in. And women like to play in them curls, man. All that grease and juice.
You playing around now, Platt. That's not what we need to do, man. And that's a part of history that we need to leave alone, man.
Wow,
I forgot the Jerry curl. That man, I forgot that. Leave it alone, y'all. That's something that
said Jesse Jackson had a curl.
All right, yeah, Jesse.
The only people who didn't have Jerry curls were people who didn't have hair. You had to have hair to have a Jerry curl. And I know a dude. He was broke.
I can't respond to Jerry curls, man.
I know a dude. He was broke, so he couldn't afford a Jerry curl. So he went and got that little box curl at the at Walgreens. That thing will probably going for $2. He put that Lyle in his head, and that man came to the bus stop the next day. That man's hair was straight slick. He put all that box curl. He ain't had no money, so he ain't had no curls. That man's hair was straight, like he was Pat Riley.
Hey, Platt. It's embarrassing.
That man's hair was straight slick, combed to the back. And then this is the thing, though. This is the problem. We have daylight savings time, so the bus comes and it's relatively dark. But over time, that little hour, it pushes that sun out. And you're waiting on that bus. So over time, that bus cooked that man's head. That man's head, whole head was orange. That curl turn. If you get out in that sun with that relaxed head, it's gonna cook your hair orange. That man had like a Ronald McDonald full orange hairdo.
I'm ashamed, Platt. Just like I'm ashamed of Jerry curls. I'm ashamed of the baggy where we used to wear back. Man, I used to get like 2 extra large. I couldn't fit in those t-shirts. 2X.
What?
It's a shame, bro. That's a shame in history. We didn't look right around that type of era.
You don't think black people were fat back in the day?
I'm a skinny guy, man.
Some of them were. Some of them were. But no. When you look at Soul Train, that's the 60s, 70s.
I'm ashamed of that era, man.
Yeah, I got you. If you look at Soul Trains, that's the 60s and the 70s. You don't see fat people. But then again, if you look at American Bandstand, you tell me who's fat on that. So our society has never cared for fat people. But if you look at those older programs, if you were fat, you couldn't even get on. You couldn't even get on there as a dancer.
Man, let's talk about Americans are fat. Our women are fat.
Americans are fat now.
Our black women are fat. We love you. We love you, black lady.
A lot of black men are fat.
Absolutely.
A lot of black men, they can't play for the Cowboys. They get cut.
Yeah, we're fat as a nation.
Okay.
But yes, that you go to the Japan or something, you've been there, Platt.
No, because we just talked about Snap. That sister that was in Snap, she would be considered fat by conventional standards. That chick wasn't fat to me.
But I don't.
If you went by cosmopolitan standards, the white community standards, the woman that sang back in the 94, 93 for the group called Snap, the big, thick black woman from Germany, would be considered fat. But she wasn't fat to me because I'm a black man and I'm very accustomed to black women being built that way. No kind of way was that woman fat to me, but they considered her fat. So I don't know what you mean, brother.
What I mean is you're fat. You're not. You're not. Our black women are fat.
Not really. Some of them. Some of them are. I don't know about a whole lot of them. A few of them are. But if you got your body proportioned, it don't matter. Because black men, we're attracted to thick women. Now, I'm not talking about some of these dudes, we don't even need to get into that. I'm just going to say on average, black men are attracted to thick women. Look at Chris Brown. Chris Brown's preference is a thick chick. He turns down a lot of regular, smegular black women so that he can smash big women.
Help me out though, Platt. I think 80% of our women are fat. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I don't think so. Maybe you're free to have your opinion. The chick you with, she fat?
I believe she is.
So why you concern yourself with you with a woman? Why you care about the women you not with?
I love it.
Why do you care?
I don't care, but
okay, so they fat. You don't want to date them. You already got a woman.
I love my woman the way she is, but well, she's fat to me. But what can we do?
Your woman fat?
Yeah. She's not fat. I think you're taking it out of.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. You like fat chicks, bro. Why are you ashamed of that?
And my you talking my girl is not like 300 pounds, 200 pounds, but she's bigger than what she needs to be, right?
What's she about 170?
Okay, yeah.
What's her height?
5'3".
Yeah, that's big, brother.
Okay, understood.
That's compact right there, brother.
Right. It works for it works for me though, right?
I just told, but you thank you, brother. You just said that. I told you, black men, we like thick women. You cool with 170 at 5'3". You don't have no problem with that. That was my point. And hold up, this chick from Germany, we know about, rhythm is a dancer and all that, and they made their money. Good for them, right? But what you guys be sleep on, we talk about this going overseas, you'd be surprised what's over there. And that's what I mean. That chick was in Germany. A lot of them German women over there, thick as fuck, man. A lot of them they mixed. Y'all sleep on that because y'all talking about German women. Go over there, you'll see what I'm talking about.
And so hang on,
I lived overseas. Hold up, I lived overseas. Don't sleep on the mixed women. Don't sleep on them. And this is the thing, like you go to Japan, you go to a Japan, the Japanese women, the Japanese people don't care for non-black. I mean, if you're not Japanese, they don't care for you, black, whatever. And y'all sleep on those women. I don't. I'm looking for that. I'm looking to smash them. I don't. I'm looking to smash me a mixed Japanese woman, African, Japanese, fine as fuck, but being discriminated against because she's black. Australia too. You're right. Go to Australia, man. Go to Australia. You'd be surprised. You go to Australia looking for you a white girl. You go up in there. You pull up. You said, "Damn, who is this?" She said, "I'm Australian. My daddy was African. My mother's Australian." And you'd be like, "Wow." She'd be like, "No, nobody like me. No, I know nobody like me here." You'd be like, "What?" No, I'm okay, but I nobody like. I said, "I like you. I like you a lot." Man, y'all, you know what? Y'all play with that, bro. I'm telling you, bro, that's all in your face out there, man. Let them, if you're Australian dude, you don't want nothing about Australian women, man, go ahead, brother. I'll take this.
And you said, what's the guy that won the Oscar that played in the movies and everything?
Michael B. Jordan.
And Michael B. Jordan. I say he's a top black male, right? And why aren't our sisters getting at him?
I don't know, man.
Is he corny or something? Is he?
I don't know.
Hey, you got the top of the top, and ain't a sister out there on his arm?
He had the Steve Harvey's daughter.
He let her go, or she let him go, right?
Yeah, he said, and it's a crazy thing when you say this. He told Lori Harvey, "I'm tired of just blowing your back out." He said, "I'm tired of just blowing your back out. I would like to marry you. I want us to have a family. I just bought a house. I just want to have a family. With you as the mother, I'm the father. Let's have kids." And she turned him down. She said she don't even want a man looking at her like that on some, "I want to get married." She want a man looking at her is he just want to smash. Yeah, which is weird, but then again, that's modern women now.
And that's the top.
All Lori want is a dude to blow her back out.
If I had a daughter, I would want him to be with Michael B. Jordan. Is what I'm saying.
I know, right? but Lori Harvey said she'd rather be getting pumped and dumped than a man on a regular basis, man. You got to look at that. Because she taught me a lesson, because I see a lot of these chicks, they just want to get fucked on. They don't want no motherfucking, they don't want no man.
That's disrespectful.
They just want a dude to, I'm okay. You know what? And I keep my Timbs on. I'm naked with just nothing but Timbs, because I know that's what they like.
I didn't go out here and work my heart out to have my daughter out here fucking with a goddamn, excuse my language, plat, to be messing with a dope boy. I want her around somebody like Michael B. Jordan, and somebody that's great. Am I lying? Am I trying?
A lot of these women, when you take them home, when you're ready to do the thing, come out the bathroom with just Timbs on. Socks are optional. Do you want to wear socks?
I wear my Timbs.
Yeah, just wear your Timbs the whole romantic engagement, man. You got to tie them up where they won't come off, but y'all, she see you Timmed up.
And so can you, did he play the game wrong? Is he wrong at what he's done?
Yeah. Michael's wrong because he went nice guy, and you can't go nice guy with a lot of these women. A lot of these women want a rascal. They like a dude that's going to dangle the carrot of a relationship so they can give it up and watch him. They like to, he messed up. Because I said, man, get married, Mike, don't go to her talking about that. Just keep blowing her back out.
And he's a well-established gentleman. And where did he go wrong, Platt? I missed.
She's not ready to shut it down.
And when is she going to be ready? And she's a very beautiful individual. Can we not knock that?
No, I don't know when Lori gonna be ready. I don't know.
But
another thing, if you hitting Lori Harvey and there are no babies, you need to be pushed away from her for another man because you're not doing what you're supposed to do, brother.
I couldn't pull it off.
You're not reading the instructions. You're not reading the instructions to the package because why are you smashing and no babies is coming out? Lori Harvey is a baby factory. She should give you at least 14 kids. Y'all niggas not real though. Y'all not really out here doing it. Y'all not really up in these chicks' face. Y'all not really out here trying to do nothing.
Is what I'm trying to say. It shouldn't be that hard. Where you like what you like, you go out and get what you like. You finish the story, you know? It shouldn't be that hard, man.
You're right. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but it is. But it is. Look, we got John Bolton. John Bolton, he worked for Trump in 2015. He was the ambassador to the UN, and he was the national security expert or whatever, you know. He was in charge of all of that. And he gave Trump a plan. He wanted to go to war in 2015. Trump turned him down. Trump went in on his own. He said that Trump don't listen to the generals. He said Trump does things his way. That's why he didn't tell the allies. He said that's just the way Trump is. But he's saying that there's a price to pay for that. And he said we lost this war. And he said that if Trump runs, the world will look like but a bunch of cowards.
Why you saying America lost?
Because if Trump runs, that's how it's going to be perceived.
No, I don't think America lost. He put off his only thing to do. He put it off, didn't he? He put his trump card. That's what we always call it, right? He put the card. And sometimes we can't understand, but get behind our president and make sure, man. And guess what? Our military is over there. We're gonna stand by. I don't agree with it, but we're gonna stand by this shit, man. And we gonna make it happen. You understand that? My Marines are over there, my Navy's over there, my Air Force is over there. And let's make it happen. Don't play with us like that, man. Y'all being some chumps right now. You understand me? And the fact is, man, America controls the land, sea, and land, sea, and the whole goddamn airfield. Fuck you talking about? Why should we be ashamed of ourselves?
You're right, brother. You're right. We got a fan in the chat box, Phyllis. She says you guys are ignorant and delusional. Gotcha. Appreciate your concern. Like,
let's
share,
make
support.
it.
Like, share, support.
Yeah.
Like the stream. Support the platform. You guys are ignorant and delusional. We're glad that you find us enjoyable, Phyllis. You find us enjoyable to sit back in this day and care. Like the stream, man. Support the platform, man. We talked John Bolton. John Bolton has said Trump is making a lot of mistakes. It's a bunch of his failures. John Bolton, the former national security was an advisor for Trump, the ambassador to the UN for Reagan, the ambassador for the UN for Trump. He says Trump is messing up. He did not have a relationship with the allies. He did not talk to the opposition in Iran. He did not have a clear plan for the Strait of Hormuz, and he doesn't have an exit plan. And he's saying just by those things, America's going to lose all its credibility. We're going to come across as weak.